Okay, well, temporarily, I'm gonna just make it so that you can hear me in general, okay? I know that that's gonna sound bad, because I'm pretty sure that that is the camera microphone, but this is very weird. My microphone was working the last time I was in here. It beats no audio, yeah, but it's definitely gonna fuck up any segments I have tonight. Let me open up my XLR stuff. Anyway, sorry for that not great start to the stream. Nessa and Mickey and Audrey and Jamie in the YouTube chat. And then on the website chat, we got Mickey and Baphomet and Corbarian and Decoy Duck. Yeah, and Silent. I saw Silent as well. Okay, let me see if that helped at all. No, that didn't help at all. Okay, well... Anyway, how's everybody doing today while I'm workshopping this? How have you all been since the last time I saw you? I took off on Tuesday night because I have not been feeling super great. Okay, so that works. Lately. So I would say like, oh yeah, like I just, like what's up, I'm here at stream now. How do I feel? Pretty shit. So I hope that you all are doing better than that. Don't worry, I'm going to be working on this issue. I'm trying to vamp and talk. Someone in the YouTube chat still saying they can't hear anything. They must be behind. They must be behind. So this is... we're doing it live, everybody. I saw Demon Mama was streaming tonight, which is atypical. I don't think she usually streams on Thursday nights, and that's fine though, because I don't like I don't like TJ the Amazing Atheist. So hold on, does that do anything? No? No? Hello? No? Alright, that's fine. I think I'm just gonna try to delete the microphone out of... Yes, delete it. Okay. Brand says he has, sorry, he or they, sorry, you have top surgery on Monday. That's really exciting. I'm stoked for that. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. I've been like mulling over more of, surgery stuff. Welcome to the website, the Stern One. How's it going? I apologize about the microphone quality real quick at the beginning. My Streamlabs is just acting a little bit funny, so I'm seeing if I can get this figured out. Here. Do we got anything here? No? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna have to delete it entirely. And try to add a whole new one, I think. So one thing that we like to do at the beginning of streams now is, you know, we have like 33 people in here. I want to try to encourage you all to be taking care of yourselves, and I'm trying to do better taking care of myself. I slip sometimes, you know, sometimes I go like more than a week without doing yoga, and I wish that I was a little bit better about that. But I did yoga today, which felt good. It felt good to get back on track with that. Oh, is that what I did? Okay, hold on. Okay, so it can hear me now. It can hear me now? Okay. It can hear me now. Hold on. Okay. So I think that should be better now. Although I might have to fix it on the other scenes if I switch to the other scene. So anyway. What's up, Kansan, Capybara, Timerinia, Alex Mo, Nouvenol? Verizon commercial moment. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry for that, everyone, but we should be all squared away now. Gosh, that's embarrassing. That's just such an embarrassing way to start stream. Gosh, Like, technical issues, it makes me seem so unprofessional. Anyway, we're back now. We got it figured out. So yeah, I hope that Demon Mama doesn't continue streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because that would be a bummer. Because those are the days that I normally stream, and I want to hang out there. So, bummer. Athena in the YouTube chat, what's up? Welcome back. Honestly, I don't think Keffals is really cut out to be a bread tuber. It takes very thick skin. I'm really not sure. Like, I haven't watched her stream very much. I hung out for a little while one time while she was doing her week of, like, memeing about whether the quartering was actually going to come on stream with her. ContraPoint and Philosophy Tube over Keffals. Well, Keffals isn't a... I mean, I don't really think she's a bread tuber. I always think of bread tubers as being video essayists. Jamie, BreadTube is... so, like, on YouTube, there are certain creators who kind of talk about anti-capitalist stuff. Like, ContraPoints is considered part of BreadTube, even though I don't actually know if she is a leftist or not. And a couple of other people get kind of, like, lumped into that. Oh God, what am I? Jack Saint, Big Joel, several different people kind of get lumped into that. But I always think of that as being, BreadTuber as being more of a video essayist thing. Like, you wouldn't call a streamer a BreadTuber, I thought. I don't know. We're getting picky over, not professional, just, not unprofessional, just more relatable. Technical issues make me more relatable. Good to know. I will find a way to exploit this for profit. Brand said, is eating a giant plate of bacon jalapeno cheese fries taking care of myself? I mean, it's taking care of yourself in a, like a mental way maybe, but perhaps not physically. I'm doing that thing that I do where I'm really stressed and, my appetite goes down quite a bit when I'm really stressed out the way that I am. So if you're anything like me, one of the things that I'm going to be doing to take care of myself in the next week, as I am, like, super stressed out, go join my Patreon for $3 to get access to the secret vlogs where you'll find out why I'm so fucking stressed out right now. We're not talking about it on stream. So, but yeah, I'm going to be drinking more of my calories. That's what I was getting around to. If you're anything like me and you have a difficult time eating when you get really stressed out, I recommend drinking milk. Getting, like, breakfast chocolate milk powder if you can, you know, like the Carnation brand instant breakfast powders to mix into your milk, you know, drink smoothies and shit. That's my recommendation if you're anything like me and you cannot eat sometimes just because. Seth Theshel says, I think Keffals has pretty thick skin. She just hasn't been very tactical in terms of choosing her battles, which to some degree is what she's about, refusing transphobia at every level. I mean, that's kind of inspirational, I would say, about Keffals, is that she just kind of, like, brute forces everything. I appreciate that. But we will talk about her more later. I don't want to get in too deep on it right now. We're still warming up, you know? We're still saying hello to each other. I have definitely had that criticism of people before. Like, I remember, like, back when Riley Grace Rochon was still relatively new on the scene, and she was getting, way before the Kink at Pride shit ever happened, when she was getting pushback about her attempt to rehabilitate Calvin Guerra, which went super great, by the way. I had the same kind of thought, though, that I was like, I don't think she's cut out to be a streamer like this, you know, like, she wants to engage in this scene, but doesn't seem able to deal with the kind of criticism that you're going to receive here. So, I don't know. People tend to ignore me, so maybe I've never experienced anything like that. I have no idea. What's up, Mersh? Yeah, exactly, Timerinia. KG is so reformed. Wow. I miss RGR before that drama. I guess I'm, like, glad that she eventually revealed who she was so that I didn't keep trying to be friends with her. Oh my god, Anansi says, I accidentally stabbed myself in the leg a few days ago at work. What did you stab yourself with? Are we talking about like a
Not deeply, but enough to make me a little worried. That's not good. Did you super glue it shut? I don't have any advice for this situation. Oh my god. RGR streaming story is wild, TBH. It is like weird. Like, I'm like really confused as to why I even knew she was in the first place. Sometimes I'm like, why did I even hear about her? Because there's plenty of other small streamers that I don't hear about, you know? Was it just some early association with Destiny? I think that might have just been it. Athena says Keffals doesn't handle critique at all well, even fair critique. I have absolutely no idea, so I'll have to just trust you on that. I think she got boosted by Destiny and I think Vosh. Yeah, God, I remember when Natalie Wynn ContraPoints was on Vosh's stream, and at the time, I think that she and Riley were dating, and Riley like muscled in and she was like, I want to talk to Vosh. I need to get in on this stream, and you could tell that Natalie was like, please get the fuck out of here. Like, she really didn't seem cool with it at all. Both you and DM started your streams with Lefty Audio. Oh my god. Cringe. So much talk about Keffals. I may have to check out her channel. She's like Keffals is just a trans like shit poster who now talks about politics. I remember that. It was so awkward just hopping into the room. Like, Timerinia, I don't know if you noticed, but I remember seeing these tension lines in Natalie's throat. Like, she was stressed. Oh my god. Even though I love Natalie, even though her milkshake attack on Shiwanhead was completely uncalled for. Wait, maybe I didn't hear about this. Was there something between Natalie and Shiwanhead recently? Was there some drizzity drama that I didn't hear about? Because if I'm being totally honest, I have not heard anything good about Shu lately. But I don't know if I want to delve into. I forget what milkshake is. It, what does this mean when you say someone has like milkshakes someone else? The thing is that I think that Shu, if she doesn't actually believe Nazi rhetoric, then she at least like is a prominent figure who serves Nazi rhetoric, I would say. I mean, like, the number one political person who, like, the number one, like, political streamer or whatever that I see talk about fucking, like, the biggest political streamer that I see doing this, like, okay groomer bullshit, like, don't bring your kids to a drag show kind of stuff. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I don't think whether Shu is earnestly a Nazi matters or not at this point, because I think that she just constantly creates, like, a mainstream normalcy for Nazi rhetoric. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that her behavior surrounding drag, I don't think that's a matter of disagreement. I think that's a matter of, like, she is going to manage to mainstream beliefs that are going to get people killed. Like, you will be able to look at a stream of events going backward, leading back to, like, Shu being mentioned in some manifesto. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter what you believe if the consequences are helping Nazis. Exactly, Morningstar. Thank you all for your validation. Milkshake is when you bring all the boys to the yard. True. While we're talking about, like, like leftists that I don't like very much, can anybody explain to me why I should not be mad at TJ Kirk anymore? Maybe I need to actually, like, message Milo about this and ask sometime. Like, did TJ ever, like, apologize or anything? You know? Ooh, the lemon is really hitting today. Apologize for what? Oh my god. This is one of those times where I realize that I'm fucking ancient. Once upon a time, TJ Kirk was kind of an anti-SJW YouTuber. And Milo Stewart, friend of the show, acquaintance of mine, who at the time was like 17, was posting YouTube videos like as a femme non-binary person, like first of all talking about themselves and their expression and stuff, and also making videos talking about socio-political concepts that maybe they could have, I guess, phrased differently to be less confrontational. Because if you post a video titled like everyone is racist and homophobic or something, I can see that being potentially effrontery to someone. So a whole bunch of people attacked Milo, and TJ Kirk was one of them. And it's like, I mean, we're talking like in the videos, like mockery, like taking a photo of Milo's face and photoshopping it hastily on top of a like bikini model, like, and also racism, like, oh, if you ask these black dudes from Africa about what non-binary means, they're gonna be like, she's a witch, she eat a da poo-poo. Like, I'm not fucking kidding. That's TJ Kirk. So that was a while ago, but I will die mad about it, apparently. Like the thing, I'm not, it's like, I get that it's like edgy humor. The part that I won't get over is that like Milo was 17, and that was like contributing to an entire barrage that cumulatively can have trauma symptom inducing effects. So like Milo realizing years later that like what they experienced might have been somewhat traumatic, you know? So I will not be, I'm not like interested in hanging out in Demon Mama's chat while she's talking to TJ Kirk. Don't care. That's just me. Sam in the YouTube chat says the poo-poo talk went on for minutes, multiple minutes of just poo-poo talk in a bad African accent. Yeah, it was crazy. And TJ's channel had so much more subscribers. Yeah, that's part of the issue as well, that that he had way more subscribers. And that kind of, I really do personally believe that that makes a difference to like whether or not you should even respond to someone. Like, did you all see the discourse going around on Twitter this week about that person? There was a person saying that like on TikTok, like, I don't know how white people can be non-binary because white people invented the gender binary and they're the ones who've oppressed it upon everybody. So it just doesn't make sense that white people can be non-binary. And they didn't actually say white at any point during the thing though. They just had a piece of paper, like a white piece of paper, and they like brought it into frame every time they were going to say the word white. And so they were like, I don't even know how people can be non-binary. We are not talking about that in any depth today. And I'm not going to show you the video because, or like, if I were to show you the video, I would probably like take an image and put it over their face so that you couldn't see what they look like, you know? Because I just don't want to contribute to an inappropriate deluge onto a person of color who kind of seems like they might be like 19, you know? Like, oh yeah, you are in college, you know, calm down. Paul Hack, don't worry about it, Hunty. We are still chilling at the beginning of the stream. I feel like fucking shit, so I'm just enjoying my time talking about nothing in particular before we talk about some news today. And we do have some news today. Why are we talking about maps in the YouTube chat? Rein it in. I don't really want to deal with that today. I saw some discourse related to that about people who are white people and whiteness and such. Oh no, please tell me that we're not having, what's up, Baphomet? Welcome. Yeah, we fixed the audio. Please tell me that we're not having like person first language discourse about people who are white versus white people. Like, please God, let's not do that. Athena, I'm so glad that you and your girlfriend are getting an apartment. That's exciting. Will there be mom talk? Yes, there will. I'll probably change. Whoa, where am I? I'll probably change this. First of all, this only works on the website, so I apologize, YouTube chat. I can't get the fucking bot to work. I will put a content warning up here because we are going to talk about mom stuff. I have a history with an abusive mother, and so that's why I want to talk about Jeanette's book. But that'll be later. Maybe even last, you know? Maybe even last. People of Whiteness is already taken. Or People of Whiteness, yeah, but POW is already taken out. Listen, there are so many acronyms that have overlap, okay? Like, do you want to talk about CBT for a minute? Perhaps there was, like, someone who just got very excited, or someone who was like, oh, therapy, you know? Oh my gosh, Athena, I hope that everything goes well. Partner getting out of jail doesn't sound like a good time. Cock and behavioral therapy. Oh my god, decoy duck, true. No, Zirzix, it was maybe I misspoke, but the assumption was that white people cannot be non-binary. Like, this was a person of color who was saying, like, I don't understand how white people can be non-binary when white people invented the gender binary, right? But because that's like a kind of fucking stupid thing to say, and it's also a really inflammatory thing to say, I'm not going to respond to that person and show them on my fucking channel. Whereas, like, TJ Kirk seemed to think that it was a good idea to respond in a similar way to a 17-year-old who was saying, like, maybe not the best wording about the fact that everyone has racial biases, you know? It's like saying white people can't be exploited by capitalism. They invented it. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. I've been keeping up to date with what's been going on, have dealt with parental abuse myself. It's a lot. Yeah. I thought it would be an interesting opportunity to talk about it because I don't think I get to see enough discussion about, like, the particular difficulties of being a person who had an abusive mother. Listen, we'll talk about it. We're not going to get into it right now. No content warnings for the first half an hour, okay? But as soon as we hit that 30-minute mark, you better believe... No. Bad takes can come from anywhere. It's just a matter of responsibility and coverage. Yeah, like, if I wanted to do a segment about that video, I could literally just do a reenactment if I wanted to. Like, if I wanted to be like, I saw this crazy TikTok and you won't believe it, but here's what the person said. Sorry, I'm trying to find a suitable piece of paper. But I could just be like, here's what they did, and then, like, cut to a video that I recorded that's like a upside-y this video, because, like, TikTok, you know? And then I could like reenact it, like, you know? If I really wanted to cover it, that would be a more fun way of covering it, not exposing that person to my audience of, I mean, like, listen, I am an anti-SJW, I guess, at this point, to the extent that I'm like inevitably going to end up with an audience of people who are, like, more annoyed about it than I am, probably. So I don't want to potentially bring any bullshit down on someone else. My legal abusive died recently and I felt nothing, to be quite honest. Hey, I mean, that's probably, like, better than some alternatives, Creature of the Fae. My god. Who's gonna tell the libs that they take, that any take that essentially amounts to white people bad isn't a good or revolutionary take on race? Time for the French Revolution. Yeah, I just, I don't know. I mean, like, I get it. There's a salient criticism to be made of whiteness, but, like, yeah, I don't understand criticism, or, like, criticizing individual white people for, like, how could you be non-binary because people who are your color, like, several hundred years ago, like, reinforced this system on everybody, including their own subjects. Like, I didn't fucking invent Catholicism, okay? I didn't have anything to do with that. Oh my god, what about pregnancy? In the YouTube chat, Sam said something about being someone is pregnant again, and the emoji that went along with it was not a happy emoji. Uh-oh. Jamie earlier said, I'm a geriatric millennial. These acronyms are throwing me for a loop. True. White people don't get to be polyam because it was the whites who invented marriage. Oh, my abusive mom is pregnant again. Yikes. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's a big bummer. Also, who's going to tell the libs that gender roles existed before humans did and that multiple intelligent animal societies have them too? True that. That's true as well. By the way, if you're here, you're hanging out, you're appreciating the stream, please consider hitting like on the stream. I appreciate you hanging out. Liking the stream is free. The content comes to you free. If you'd like to support the show, help me pay my rent. We love it. We love donos. We love Patreon. If you want to find out why I've been more stressed than I've ever been in my entire life, consider dropping me $3 on Patreon. And get to see the behind the scenes vlogs that I post like once a month or so. Anyhow, you know, we've definitely got some silly stuff that we can talk about up top here in stream. We've got a couple things that are just going to be like fun to watch. And then we'll do the like serious discussion at some point, okay? We'll do serious discussion at some point. Is there a link for Patreon? Yes, in the YouTube chat, in the description, there should be a link. It's just patreon.com/Luxander. That's the cool thing about my name, is that I got there first and I got my custom links. So that's good too. Dorian says, not gonna lie, even though I don't agree with the blanket statement that white people can't be non-binary, that TikTok prompted some reflecting on my privilege that I think was helpful. Still not sure where I stand. Sweet, is there more than one tier? Yes, there are more than one tier. What's up, homos? True, Claude. How's it going? Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't really feel like the TikTok prompted any thought on my end, because the way that I responded to it was basically like, yes, a teenager and like doing discourse, you know. If you're like 19 or 20, sorry, like I am at that age now where I'm like, you are functionally a child still. Like, especially if you're in college, like if you went from living at home doing like high school and then immediately went to college, like, I'm sorry, you're still like functionally like, yeah, sorry if that's rude. Vatriarchy now, true. You have to donate enough money to make me the ultimate winner, you know? I have to be, if I want to become the monarch, if you want the dictatorship of the Luxander, you want the dragon dictatorship, you have to keep donating. Oh my gosh. You know what? It would also help if I stopped fucking taking nights off, but you know, whatever. We must feed the algorithm. True. It's only rude if you treat kids like shit. Yeah. I don't understand people who treat kids like shit also. Like, I'm sure we could possibly get into it when we talk about the child abuse memoir. But I don't understand talking to children like they're fucking idiots. They're just ignorant. They just don't know stuff. And then you tell them and then they know stuff. Wow. Amazing. Like, what a concept. Do we want to turn on the ambiance? We need some ambiance. Oh my god. I never seen so many trans and non-binary people in my life till I moved to Madison. I think that's going to be one of the cool things about living in Washington. Whenever that fucking happens. I'd have huge essays if I were talking directly to that kid, but talking about takes from dumb children isn't really satisfying. I prefer to make fun of adults who have the capacity to know better and are still stupid. Fair enough, you know? Okay, what are we doing? Is this considered bisexual lighting? Like, what if it's pink? Is that considered bisexual lighting? Maybe we'll just run with it. Oh, Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah. I'm surprised that in Wisconsin there would be a mecca, a trans mecca. Some people who are in college come from such conservative backgrounds that they can be offensive at first without even knowing it. It takes a while for them to get their bearings. This is especially true at 19. White, blue, and pink translating. True. The first time I met another trans person was a non-binary GameStop clerk in the middle of Chattanooga. Nice. I think the first trans person I met was just a fellow student in high school, but I'm not totally sure. I can't remember. I'm just realizing that I'm wearing green, and I'm like, I don't actually know how that works for stream. I just like this top. ThameStop. True, ThameStop. Wow, that's incredible. There's so many people hanging out here tonight. I just want to say I appreciate you all for being here. This one, I'm not making a plug this time. I'm just saying I appreciate it. Like, it's nice to have a lot of people hanging out. There's a guy staring at me on the bus right now. Oh my god, Anansi, that does not sound fun. It's a hell of a precarious situation, Athena. It feels to me, when you have local protections, but not broader protections, like having abortion protected in Kansas feels safer for now, but they're gonna pass a federal anti-abortion law, you know, like it's not gonna remain safe here for very long. It's cheaper than living in a blue state. That's fucking true, though. That's the one thing that's going to be really difficult about moving from where I live in Kansas. What's up? Yeah, Athena's also from Kansas. It's cheaper to live here, you know? Like, the only reason why I can have a goal this low, like, you know, that's like $900 is a crazy low ask for an entire month of donos. And like, I get like 500 or so from Patreon right now. So I'm aiming for less than $1,500 a month to be able to handle my half of the bills. Food is getting more and more expensive. Like, I'm the one who buys food in my house and everything, you know? Fucking yikes. And trying to save up to move to Washington, where when I move to Washington, we're probably going to at least double our rent. And then you got to pay like first and last month's rent and a pet deposit. Like, wow. I need to start working a lot harder. You know, like that's the response that I have to that, like, insurmountable situation is like, wow, I need to work harder. I should upload more content. Oh no, there's mosquitoes up north. Yeah, the mosquitoes are getting norther and norther every year. All the bugs are getting norther and norther every year, right? How old were you when you met your partner? Well, when we met, I was 14. And when we started dating, I was 15. And when we got married, I was 18. And now I'm 28. So, TLDR, I have been in this relationship for a very long time. Nevermore makes a good point too. Small towns also cost less than living in cities, but they tend to be more conservative. What's up, Penderson? Yeah, 10 years is definitely a long time to be married to someone. Hello, Ally, welcome to the YouTube chat. Yeah, the ceiling. I stole this from some kid in high school. Whenever people ask me what's up, I say this guy and hardcocks. God damn it. I don't know if you could call this dysphoria or what you would categorize it at, but I fucking like am really just thinking about bottom surgery a lot this week. Like, I don't know why. What does the Kansas Constitution say? I keep hearing people say it guarantees bodily autonomy and therefore abortion, but if that's the case, would that also protect trans rights to a degree? You know, I've never actually looked at it. It's a good fucking question. I'm reading here. Okay, so abortion would remain legal. The decision. Okay, so the decision, let's see. Let's pull this up. Let's just do this. Oh, hold on. I might need to fix the microphone when I switch scenes. So let's do that real quick. Because I've never actually looked at this. I've never checked what the state constitution actually says that it when it's like guaranteeing the right to abortion. So this is a very good question. But I'm gonna switch. Lo and be fucking hold. It didn't want to work. All right, so it's fine. I got it figured out now. Okay, so the decision in which one of the 7 justices dissented cites in its first sentence the first section of the Kansas Constitution's Bill of Rights, quote, all men are possessed of equal and inalienable natural rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The decision continues, we are now asked, is this Declaration of Rights more than an idealized aspiration? And if so, do the substantive rights include a woman's right to make decisions about her body, including the decision whether to continue her pregnancy? We answered these questions, yes. The court continued that, quote, this right allows a woman to make her own decisions regarding her body, health, family formation, and family life, decisions that can include whether to continue a pregnancy. The state may only infringe upon the right to decide whether to continue a pregnancy if the state has a compelling interest and has newly tailored its actions to that interest. So this is one of those flimsy things where we probably should try to pass an amendment of some kind, or legislation or something actually making it truly legal, because I think that much like the Roe v. Wade decision, like, all they have to do is manage to appeal it to the Supreme Court again. But, like, the same kind of thing, like, if they manage to install a Republican governor, I guess the governor appoints people to the Supreme Court. That's how that goes. Pretty flimsy, TBH. Marriage was illegal for me until 2015. Really? Oh, do you mean, is that when gay marriage passed? You know? Interracial marriage is not safe anymore either? Yeah, absolutely. However crazy the law, if it is still on the books, it can come back again. Being unconstitutional at one point means next to nothing anymore. True. Yeah, so I would just be really weirded out by it not being more protected than that. But that's just me. That's just little old me. I want to watch a video with you all right now because this video was funny. It was funny. Do you want to watch a funny video with me? 52 people hanging out. Hit the like on the video. Let's watch some funnies. So you know how Trump, like, sort of tarnished the office of the presidency and has kind of opened up the Overton window as far as what kind of speech is normal to hear from a politician, you know? It's something that I previously might have been like, that's a shame, you know, that we can't expect our elected leaders to behave with decorum. But then something like this happens where reportedly Beto O'Rourke called someone a motherfucker. And I found it pretty fucking hilarious. So I wanted to watch it with you. So we're just gonna go ahead and, like, listen, if this is the result, shush, wow, that was loud. If this is the result of Trump's presidency, I might be okay. If this is what becomes normal for political rhetoric, I might not be too upset, you know? So let's just go ahead and switch over here. And I'll have to adjust my volumes on the fly a little bit, I think.
I'm going to make sure that now 11 weeks since we lost 19 kids and their 2 teachers shot to death with a weapon originally designed for use in combat, legally purchased by an 18-year-old who did not try to obtain one when he was 16 or 17, but followed the law that's on the books, ladies and gentlemen, that says that you can buy not one, you can buy 2 or more if you want to, AR-15s, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and take that weapon that was originally designed for use on the battlefields in Vietnam to penetrate an enemy soldier's helmet at 500 feet and knock him down dead, up against kids at 5 feet. It may be funny to you, motherfucker, but it's not funny to me, okay?
So can we just say, first of all, that was incredible. First of all, like, the simple fact that he's, like, calling someone a motherfucker right there in a whole group of people with cameras on and like, holding a microphone in his hand. You know, the fact that the whole room, starts cheering and clapping, like, for real, Nevermore, sometimes you just have to call a motherfucker, like... Wow. So if that's what politics is going to be like going forward, I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. No, I don't need you to play again. Thank you so much, though. I'm hype, though. Even the GOP is calling Marjorie Taylor Greene shit for brains when she wanted to defund the FBI after the Trump raid. Did someone really say that? Did someone actually get caught on a hot mic saying that? What's up, Kenneth? Nice, Silent. Nice. Smoke weed every day. Boop, 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 boop. AOC 2024, you know, she can't. She's not allowed. Like, Beto O'Rourke can be... He can call someone a motherfucker because he's a white man, but not the same for a Latina woman. Yeah, I'm really glad he told him off. I thought it was really funny. I am now a dark Beto acolyte. True. By the way, I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm kind of guessing. I read his name, but I've never heard someone actually say it, so no idea. Yeah, exactly, Creature of the Fae. Now is not the time for mincing words. It's just truly not the time for it. Dark Beto. I want to see more of that in the world, you know? I like the sound of Beto. Beto. How to pronounce Beto O'Rourke.
Beto O'Rourke.
Okay, that's what Google says. Did you guys hear Google?
Beto O'Rourke.
That's what Google says. Nope. No. I said the word Google too many times and my phone was like, hello? She picked up the phone like, operator speaking. And I said, no, Linda. No, Ron. Becky, let me smash. No, Ron. Beto. Yeah. It's hot in Topeka. It is fucking hot in Topeka. I guess today is not nearly as hot as it has been in Kansas lately, but it's like fucking almost 90 degrees, so that's a fun time. All right. Life imitates art. Damn, true. True. Oh boy. I use Google to help me pronounce Japanese, and it's not that bad, actually. The thing is that Japanese is very easy to pronounce. Like, it's not really like English, where it's like you have enough, tough, rough, though, thorough. Like, you've got a bunch of really weird spellings and shit. I want to defund the IRS? I wish that they would just go after fucking rich people. I think it's really like shit that I am like worried about getting audited now because like they're deploying more agents against low income people. Oh wow, is this true? I wonder if this is true. Ex-RNC chairman calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a shit-for-brains Republican for demanding the FBI be defunded after Trump raid. This is new. This is from Tuesday, so this is a little earlier this week. Well, let me make sure that everything is up and I can see what's going on. Former RNC chairman Michael Steele called Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene a shit-for-brains Republican. He was reacting to her call for the FBI to be defunded in response to the raid on Trump's Florida home. For once, try to be less stupid, Steele said in a tweet directed at Greene. Where are the screenshots? Here's the screens. Trump failed to return classified docs requested by the National Archives. Whoa. Okay, I was not trying to click that, but all right, great, that's fine. Trump failed to return classified docs requested by the National Archives. A federal judge issued a search warrant for a probable cause of a crime. This is not some rando move by the FBI, so you shit-for-brains Republicans calling for, quote, defunding the FBI for once try to be less stupid. Oh my God, that was so brutal. That's so brutal. I like, listen, okay, who is this guy also? Michael Steele. Okay, yeah, so former RNC chairman, former lieutenant governor of Maryland, political analyst for MSNBC. Okay, so he is a, like, former politician turned political pundit or political analyst now. So again, yeah, I love how Twitter has made this way of speaking normal. If I'm being completely honest, like I am like the one thing that I like, fuck Turf Island, but the one thing that I'm jealous of you Brits for is the videos from British Parliament where they're just like shouting at each other and someone's banging a gavel and they're like, order. I want American politics to be like that. I think it should be much more funny than it is now, because right now it's so depressing. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. They want to know. They gotta know about those Venmo payments. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of like taxes and the IRS and stuff, this amount of money that I ask for every month, it's not enough to cover the taxes I'm gonna owe at the end of the year. I should be making like 15% more than what I actually need in order to survive each month, in order to be able to pay my taxes at the end of the year. So if you want to help me not owe taxes later. Okay. Oh. I also had this other thing. I don't have like much commentary about this. I just wanted to share it with you for the sake of funsies. So have you all seen that Starbucks is like unionizing across the country? You know, they're all over the place. They're getting a whole lot of support. Amazon union, I think, is working with Starbucks unions. So that's pretty cool shit. And this is what worker solidarity looks like. Starbucks fired a union leader in Buffalo. The whole store walked out in protest. This video has over 17 million views on TikTok. This is like, I'm not going to play the sound because I don't care what sound is on it. That's not the point. The point is, whoa, I don't want to hear it. When your entire store walks out after management unjustly fires your coworker for being a union leader. This is all Starbucks employees who are just like, bye, we're not going to work now. Like, we quit. Goodbye. And then I think at the end of the video, this is the manager on the phone. That's what it looks like to me, at least, because it says manager realizes she messed up, and it's showing this person. Ooh. I think there was a dono just now, but I don't know if my alert is loud enough for you all to hear it, so I'm going to make sure that I make the alert loud enough for you all to hear it. Oh my god, Bran, with a $100 dono, I hope this helps you. You are an amazing person, and I'm glad you can continue to inspire and help people. Holy shit, seriously, thank you. Bran, I appreciate that. God. It's very, 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 very helpful. Thank you. So I just really appreciated that this video having like 17 million views, and like, I wish people could tell. I wish people know that they have the power. They have the ability to like collectively say fuck you to the manager, you know? Like, just do it. Do it. Fucked around and found out exactly. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, and Starbucks is trying to take away benefits. Starbucks is like closing stores that are trying to unionize. Like, stores, they get plenty of profit. They would continue to get plenty of profit if they paid a union wage and everything. Like, let the people unionize and then pay them appropriately as the union is going to demand. So yeah, Starbucks, like, they're just really fucking up a lot. It's weird to me. That's called a capital strike, by the way. You know what a strike is, right? You know what a labor strike is. That's when a company is treating its workers badly and the workers say, fuck you, we're not going to work. They say, you know, you need to make our conditions better or we're not going to work for you. A capital strike is when, like, for example, there's a law that passes that says you need to pay emergency pay to your workers at the grocery store. And then, like, there was a Dillon's store or like a Kroger store in like Washington that closed instead of giving their employees the fucking whole $2 raise that they needed to get for being emergency like workers during the pandemic, you know? So a capital strike is doing something like closing a store in order to combat the union, like the unionization effort. If you didn't know that. Michael Steele was brought up the ranks of the GOP in response to Obama. Interesting. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. Okay, so Michael Steele is a black man who is, I guess is a Republican that tried to reach out to young black people and is like a pawn to try to get more black people to turn conservative. Anyway, Silent said, whoops, I said I was back and then immediately swept my room and took the broom back downstairs. I need to get my room cleaned up though because my bestie is on the way over. Ooh. No worries. I always appreciate you hanging out. It's good to have a friend supporting in the chat. Good to have some folks around. Oh my God. I've been arguing with people on Twitter about phalloplasty. Mostly not arguing with people because I'm getting to a point like where I'm just blocking people. But like someone on Twitter posted, I feel like maybe I talked about this on Sunday already. Maybe I did already talk about this on Sunday. Somebody on Twitter posted photos of like people's post-operative, mostly it was arm pictures. So like if you have a skin graft taken from your arm and that skin graft is what makes your new penis, you have like sometimes they take the fat layer, not sometimes, every time they take the fat layer under the skin. So sometimes there's an indention. Like there might be a very visible, it's going to be like skinnier where that graft was taken from. So, and of course it's fucking graphic right after surgery. If you take a picture of it right after surgery or in the first 3 months of it healing, it looks pretty gross. But that's true of any post-surgical site. However, what I was not expecting when I was reading this, when I just saw this tweet on my timeline, was that there was just straight up a picture of someone's post-operative penis. Like, they had not yet had glandsplasty, I don't think. So it's kind of like tube looking, I guess. But I was shocked that a transphobe like stole a sensitive genital photo from a trans person to fearmonger and post on Twitter. So I responded, like, did you seriously swipe a genital photo from a trans person to post on your public Twitter account? Like, most of the time, we don't post fucking phalloplasty pictures publicly. I guess if you know about the websites where some people post anonymously. But most of the time nowadays, people post their pictures in, like, Facebook groups. And you can't actually post your pictures in the Facebook group. What you usually do is you have to post a Google Docs link which possesses a link to another Google Docs link. And in that Google Doc, you have your pictures actually nested because violations on Facebook and also like extra security. And sometimes people will put a password on them and stuff. So I was like really upset by that. And I said, I can't, like, did you seriously do this fucked up thing? And so many people said, like, that's not a genital. That's just an arm flap. That's just a piece of someone's arm. And I'm like, wow, the disrespect to post-operative people's genitals is like just something I'm not going to even bother having. I'm just not even going to have that conversation, apparently. Today I will be a terrible person. Exactly. Yeah, it's so fucking violating. And yeah, like my leg after surgery was an ugly Frankenstein's monster look. First of all, knee surgeries have like a way higher regret rate than any trans procedure. But any surgery looks gnarly. I posted I found a photo of a woman's belly after a C-section, like while it was still healing. So it was still like red and like kind of almost like looked like dried blood. If you don't know, like a C-section scar just goes like this across the lower abdomen, like right where like the top of your panties underwear would be. Like there's a scar right there, just laterally, like about 5 inches, maybe. So I found a photo like that and posted it. I was like, you can fearmonger about any procedure by posting fresh post-surgical photos. Like I could post this photo and say, oh my God, look at the elective procedure they forced on this woman. The doctor was just going to be on vacation when she was due to give birth, so they forced her to do an elective procedure that mutilated her body. Like, I can post a scary photo and say scary stuff about doctors and like including the implication that the person was coerced into doing it the way that transphobes do. But yeah, I'm really frustrated by it. Stolen dick pics, that's getting low. Also just to shame someone, that's sexual harassment. Yeah, I think that it qualifies as sexual harassment. If you post someone's dick pic publicly on Twitter, points at a cis man, that's not a dick, that's a crotch flap. Listen, that's not a dick, that's just an overgrown clitoris. Like, it makes the same fucking sense. And also, it literally is. Like, a penis is just a clitoris that's been exposed to testosterone while you're still in utero. TERFs to have burned victim with skin grafts. That's not your penis. That's just a part of your arm. True. Like, as though these surgeries were created for trans men. No, these surgeries were created for cis men. When people doubt how good the surgeries are, when they're like, oh my God, that's not good enough. You know, you can't have sensation. You can't pee through it. You can't get hard. It's like, who do you think they made these for? Do you think that a cis man who has his cock blown off by a, like, fucking, I don't know, explosive, a mine, he steps on a mine and it blows his penis right clean off and he gets a skin graft penis created and then has to deal with fucking this rhetoric on Twitter? The book I've been reading, Manhunt, has some TERF villains, so that's kind of raised the ceiling on my expectations for vile TERF shit at the moment. Like, the stuff happening in the book is worse than what's happening actually on Twitter, or has this thing now increased your realization of the fucked up things TERFs can do? I guess I imagine in the book they can get away with a lot more. I have been told the clit is not real. Now I'm confused. Oh, my mistake. Yeah, no, actually the clit is not real. HRT doesn't change your body that much. Have you seen the way testosterone dickifies a clit? True. True. There is a YouTuber named Nightmare Neil, and he goes on and on and on about how trans people are delusional and disgusting, and he's reacting to videos about how Jazz Jennings has sex. Wow, if trans women are gross, why do you want to know? Exactly, why are you so obsessed with genitals? Like, where did you get that picture? If you posted a picture of a trans man's dick on Twitter, where did you fucking get it? Where were you looking that you got it? Do you want to know about the procedures? Is there some deep and wild curiosity in you, TERF, that you need to know? Also, have you seen the way estrogen clitifies a dick? True, Smuggy. I don't know if C-sections are comparable, but I get your overall point. I mean, my point is that like any surgical procedure can be you can be disgusting reflexively if you take photos of it right when it's healing, right? And also, I made the comparison to a C-section because it's often elective. I haven't looked at the numbers on this, but I would bet that the majority of C-sections are non-emergency C-sections. Like the doctor is going to be out of town when you're due, so they do a C-section. Or the woman doesn't want to have like vaginal tearing, so they do an elective C-section or something like that, you know? I see a lot of elective C-sections, and like I think that doctors push women that way, and you know, I just think I think it's comparable because it can be life-saving. Phalloplasty and other genital surgeries can be life-saving, but they also are technically considered like elective in that sense, you know, that like you choose to get it. You choose to get a C-section most of the time. And sometimes bottom surgery is done in like an emergency situation of like someone is suicidal, so they get bottom surgery. That's like the only exception for giving a minor these surgeries is like they're suicidal, you know, you need to fix this. The bigots love jerking it to gay femboy and trans porn. I know. They love the femboys. They really truly do. When I got my vaginoplasty, it didn't look great immediately because I just got the surgery. Yeah, like it's not going to look great. Like even the photos that they posted of the arms, like they were not as fresh as some of the photos that I've seen of the arm after the skin graft. Holy shit. Like you have to be prepared to wake up to some fucking gore when you wake up from phalloplasty. It's not cute, you know? Like I'm not even sure if it might even be broken up into stages getting your skin graft, because they remove like I said, they remove a quote full thickness graft from your arm, which means they take the entire they take all 3 layers of skin and all of the fat underneath your skin, and that's what they build your penis out of. And then from your thigh, the procedure that I would like to get specifically, there are multiple different ways of doing this, but the procedure that we're discussing here, radial forearm flap phalloplasty, they also take a split thickness graft from your thigh and then take that and cover your arm with it. But I think like some people who I've seen have the surgery done, like they wake up and they have a penis, like their arm skin has been removed and turned into their penis, but their arm is like doesn't have a skin graft on it yet, and it's just covered in plastic wrap, and you can like see the muscles underneath there. It's fucked up. But yes, bottom surgery results when they heal look great. Baphomet says, one of my friends got bottom surgery like barely a month ago, and it already looks basically like a cis woman's pussy. I haven't seen nearly so many pussy results. They're not like, they're very close. They're like, the ones that I've seen are like hidden clit, but like plenty of cis women have like hidden tiny clit also, you know, but they're very, very, very close. They were only talking about phallo when there's more than just one too, like metoidioplasty. Yeah, but they're fundamentally, at the end of the day, their level of respect on this situation is like, that's not a penis. I can post photos about this publicly. This isn't a like deep and wild violation of someone's most intimate body part that they just spent like $50,000 to have built. Oh my God. I'm back to posting in the bottom surgery groups again about which surgeon group has the best microsurgeon. Anansi Webb says, I wish I could have both my dick and a pussy. I am going to inform you that you can do that. Have you ever heard of peritoneal pull-through vaginoplasty? Because you can keep your penis. Look into it. I don't know very much about this because I already have a vagina, so I don't know anything about the pussy building so much. But yeah, you can do that. Just like my Japanese anime is true. It's unfortunately like I have to choose between having labia or having a scrotum. That's the one way in which I find it difficult to be, like, you can't be a full Futanari. Peritoneal pull through. I typed it. That's how you spell it. Yes, but doesn't the penis lose the ability to get erect? I don't know. I haven't heard that. Baphomet, can you advise? Can you advise? Does peritoneal pull through make you not able to get hard anymore? Okay, maybe you are limited in your sexual function even if you can keep your penis. Maybe you can't get hard anymore. I didn't know that. Because the vagina has to go somewhere, and that somewhere is normally where the base of your erectile tissue is. That kind of makes sense because like the shaft of the penis is homologous to the actual vaginal canal. So like the root of the penis is kind of back in the gooch where the hole would be. So that kind of makes sense. Okay. 56 people here. If you didn't know, sometimes we just talk about bottom surgery really, really graphically. Most of the penis is actually inside the body too, and it goes way back there. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you all for informing me so that I don't baselessly tell people that they can still get hard after peritoneal pull-through. I looked into this before last year and that made me lose interest. Yeah, no, listen. I completely understand. Like, if you're on hormones and you can still get hard and you want to maintain that, wow, yeah. Absolutely no complaints from me. It's a surgery positive community. Yeah, like it's not just surgery positive, but like, do you want to fucking learn today? You know? For reference, the base of the part of your dick that gets hard is right up by your prostate. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like literally like if the vagina just like grew up and out like one of those firecracker snake things. Yeah, your prostate is like half an inch inside your butthole. Oh, sorry, Charlie Souza. I haven't used headphones with my computer in years, but I just moved back in with my parents, and as supportive as my mom is, this might be a bit much for her. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. I mean, like, I try not to be sexually explicit on the channel, you know? I try not to discuss sexual acts in detail, but we are gonna just talk about anatomy sometimes. Lux drinking game. Take a shot every time penis surgery comes up. Take a shot every time Lux says gooch. Take a shot every time Lux rages against a video game. And take a shot every time Lux rants about Legend of Korra. True. True. I added to the chaos. Yeah. Yeah. No worries, everybody. I enjoy talking about it. I enjoy educating about it. Taint better than gooch? I like gooch better. Gooch just has such good echolalia. It's just, it's got the g and the oo and the ch, you know? It's got some good sounds. Anjali says, I'm already on 400 of Spiro and my libido still refuses to die. Oh no. Can my dick be prehensile? If not, what's the fucking point? No. Oh, dang. Stern One says, back in school, we had a person come in to tell us that, yes, you could get a surgery that lengthens your dick by an inch or so, but it will mean your dick won't rise when erect. So it's just, like, hard, but, like, down. Like, here. I mean, I've already seen penises that are, like, too heavy. Like, they're like, they don't stay up. They just kind of, like, nyeh. But they're hard. But they're just like, nyeh. That's going to be my dick after I get surgery. I'm just going to be hard all the time. And then it'll just be a matter of pointing it wherever it needs to be pointed at a given moment. Lyndon B. Johnson loved the word gooch. There's a famous audio clip that mentions the gooch and taint as well as bunghole. I remember it saying bunghole. Like, I remember him saying bunghole at one point, definitely. Like, there's a phone call where he's talking to his tailor. He's like, I need more room for my balls, you know? Like, if the pants are too tight, you know? Like, my balls are up in my bunghole. So I need more room. Like, literally just... Thank you, Nixon. Wait, was that... It was like... Is it the only reason we have that record? No. I got that, like, way fucked up. Lyndon B. Johnson was way before Nixon. Why do we have that recording? Why do we have a recording of that? Because I thought that they only started recording shit in the Oval Office after Nixon. Or maybe it was before him, and that's why we caught Nixon being a fuckhead. I don't know. Jesus. That shit happened before I was alive. I don't care. Didn't College Humor do a fake half-chub pill ad? Oh my god. I don't know if I've seen that. I think Nixon added additional recording stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Lorena Bobbitt's husband tried to get his penis lengthened and it did not work out well for him. However, his wife made his situation challenging to say the least. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have a tentacle dick? I wish. I don't actually wish. I'm just gonna be so ecstatic to have like a normal looking penis. Like, I think I support your right to get a werewolf dick with a knot in it, but that's not what I need. In 1971 February, a sound-activated taping system was installed in the Oval Office, including in Nixon's Wilson desk, using Sony TC-800B open-reel tape recorders to capture audio transmitted by telephone taps and concealed microphones. Oh my god. Nixon was obsessive about recording everything, but yeah, people recorded some things before him. Yeah, it was like a phone call. LBJ took over for Kennedy. Okay, yeah, that was like a little bit longer ago than Nixon. Now I just need to be able to get a uterus as an omega male. True. Yeah, we're talking about nodding again. Yeah, sorry. You know what's really funny? Like, of all of the things that Lindsay Ellis has done in the world, popularizing the concept of nodding to a mainstream audience, I think I'm just going to give her credit for that. I'm just going to give her credit for that because it's what made me aware of the concept. I mean, like, I'm sure that I could have imagined that would be a component of werewolf porn if I had ever really considered the idea of werewolf porn very seriously. I hate that Omegaverse shit is like incelology, but for horny women. Listen, I know.
Mr.
Oh my god, yes. I just want to listen to this for a minute.
Hager? Yes, it's Joe Hager. Joe, is your father the one that makes clothes? Yes, sir. We're all together. You all made me some real lightweight slacks that he just made up on his own, sent to me 3 or 4 months ago. It's a kind of a light brown and a light green, rather soft green and soft brown. Yes, and they're real lightweight. Now, I need about 6 pairs for summer wear. Yes, sir. I want a couple, maybe 3 of the light brown,
Come on,
half an inch too tight in the waist. I want them half an inch larger in the waist than they were before. All right, sir.
Come on now.
Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight.
Here we go.
So when you make them up, give me an inch that I can let out there because they cut me. They're just like riding a wire fence. These are the best that I've had.
It's like riding a wire fence.
Anywhere in the United States. But when I gain a little weight, they cut me under there. So leave me, you never do have much margin there. But see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends, round under my, back to my bunghole. All right.
Oh my god, yeah, so if you didn't know about that before now you do. God, yeah, the burp! I know, the burp! Oh no! Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so funny. Rick Sanchez asked burp, I know! I am so happy that I'm sure some of you hadn't heard that audio before, and I'm so happy that I got to be the one to share it with you. Because it's so fucking dumb. Oh my god. J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, liked to record LBJ because he suspected that he was a closet homosexual and could use it against him. Wow. I feel like you think that Lyndon B. Johnson is gay, and then you hear that phone call. You've got to know. You've got to know immediately. Like, I guess maybe the the standards of heterosexuality and shit were different back then. But now, present day, I hear that phone call, and I'm like, boy, that's a straight man. Oh my god. I'm curious how long it will be before easily lab-grown organs will be available. That'll be both incredible for medicine and also imagine lab-grown full reproductive systems. Yeah, that is really cool. I know that some organ growing stuff is happening right now where they'll take like the scaffolding, like so like there's no DNA, it's just collagen or something along those lines. It's just connective tissue that they'll build a scaffold in the shape of like a liver. And then they'll take some like liver cells and some stem cells so that the stem cells know that what they're building is a liver. And then they will attach that to the scaffolding, and the stem cells will like grow a new liver organ. And the reason why that's so beneficial, because it's not like you can't do organ transplants, like whatever, we've been doing this forever. But with organ transplants, you have to remain on immunosuppressant medication for the rest of your life, as far as I'm concerned. Not as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware, excuse me. So that's just my understanding, is that it would be better to grow an organ because then you can use your own DNA. Like you could take your own liver cells and grow the new organ based on your own liver cells. So when you switch it out, it'll be your own DNA, and then your body won't be constantly trying to attack and reject that organ. Jack Coleman says, I just want you to know I've been here the whole time and I've heard all of this. All of it. Luxander. Yes, yes, yes. So we've had a good, fun discussion about balls and dicks. That's always a great way to spend our time. I wish more people knew how much fun we have. I'm having so much fun with you all. Dicks true. $5 on the website chat to give you the access to the dicks emoji. Turn your name from a white name to a green or perhaps blue or purple name. There's something in Brazil, Anansi says, where they're doing research into making fully functioning uteruses. Livers are the easier organs to do this because they're highly regenerative. That's fair, yeah. I think it will be cool if we have uteruses someday that we can grow. No, Timerinia, you missed the dicks talk? No. No. Oh, no. Sometimes I just become British. Oh, no. It's okay. We'll come back around to it. Penis with a uterus at the bottom of the urethra. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Where bladder go? That's true too. True, where bladder go. Oh gosh. I wonder if lab-grown organs might mean diabetics could just have their shit fixed with a surgery. Is it an organ problem? Is diabetes an organ problem? Where, like, you have an organ that's supposed to make insulin and your organ just doesn't work right? Is that what that is? Once the uteruses are available, then transphobes will lose their fucking shit. Oh my god, true. They're gonna be like, well, you weren't born with it. Oh, true. Pee is stored in the balls. That's where the bladder went. Okay, true. Pancreas. Okay, so if you could just have your pancreas, like, But, like, if... I don't know, dude. Like, if you take the pancreas cells and grow a new one from your own cells, would it be having the same problem because it was built from the same cells? I don't actually know. It sucks that cryogenics is basically pseudoscience. Part of me wishes I could be frozen until I can just have my brain transplanted into a lab-grown body with a vagina and uterus, and functioning gallbladder for that matter. True. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice. Mickey, I appreciate the gifted tier 1 sub, gifted to Timerinia, says consolation for missing the Dix talk. So sad. But thank you for your dono. I really appreciate that. Make sure that this is totally updated. What does this say right now? Oh, baby. 250. Ooh. That's my impersonation of Brian David Gilbert. Ooh. That's a fun noise to make, too. It's very fun. Bioengineers are trying to replace insulin-producing cells, but it's still in the experimental stage. I see. I see. I was like, if you grow it with the same cells, would it not just be the same, or the same shitty non-functional organ? Anyway. Let's take a quick look since we've had some fun chat time. Let's see what else is on my list for today. This is another one that I don't have a lot to add to, but I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. So Amazon overlords, supreme overlords, Amazon. They bought Roomba. Oh, God. They purchased Roomba, non-watch wearables, and the best cheaper phones. So people are concerned about Amazon buying Roomba because Roombas and other smart vacuums are smart enough that they, like, they end up with a map of your floor plan. Like, they store the information of like, which paths they've taken and how many square feet and where the couch is. Like, they bump into the same couch every time they're in this part of the room. My robot vacuum is stupid and gets itself stuck constantly because the only thing that it's doing is bumping into stuff, changing direction, and going until it bumps into another thing. But the reason why this is a cause for concern is because Roomba, the company Roomba, has already had security issues in the past. And people are basically suspicious that this is going to result in, I mean, Amazon easily making available the data of people's floor plans in their houses, and then thus increasing the efficiency of police raids. Which, like, when you say that kind of shit out loud, it makes you feel like a crazy person. But then you remember that we live in a police state, so it's really not that far-fetched. Tech dystopia is real. Yeah. If only this data could be shared only with people who deserve it. Every day I thank my cybersecurity professor for instilling in me the fact that everything is always watching and a complete dislike of most smart tech. Yeah, like, I don't ever want to have smart light bulbs. Like, I have these lights behind me, these colored lights behind me. All of the colored lights that I have in my house are on a little infrared remote control. I don't attach my phone to it. No, there's not going to be a smart fucking refrigerator. Those things are so easy to hack. Like, it's like an easy way to access vulnerabilities to get on your Wi-Fi. So yeah, not good. Do not have smart tech in your home. And honestly, like, I've even seen some stuff that's like, you should be careful about having a smart, like, thermostat even. Like, because if you have a smart thermostat and it's viewable from a front window, then you could, like, beam a laser of information and, like, fuck with somebody's internet based on that. Like, that sounds even more unreasonable, but I, like, watched YouTube videos of people managing to use light beams to manipulate data through someone's smart tech in their house. All those books behind you, is there ones you haven't read? Oh God, yes. I don't even know that I've read most of the books on there. I don't know, I'd have to actually look over it again. But some of them I've bought and then be like, oh, I intend to read that, but I'm just gonna stick it on the bookshelf for now. I don't read very often. Oh no, Baphomet, today I learned gummy cola bottles taste like shit. They do. Gummy colas are so bad. My roommate came with an Alexa, so I didn't have a choice there. But once it breaks, as convenient as it is, I'm not letting her get a new one until I move out. She's gonna give up her Do you think she'll really give up her creature comforts, her convenience of having an Alexa in the house? I don't want them to go to waste. Then again, it was $1 bag. I mean, throw them outside if it's really that, you know, some ants will eat them if you really don't want them to go to waste. Sometimes I deliberately throw away biological material. Like, sometimes I'll deliberately throw, like, soil in the trash because I have this, like, theory, I guess, that we will get to a point where something evolves to eat the plastics and shit, but it'll only really happen if you let there be organic material for the bacteria to, like, grow in. That's kind of my logic behind it, is like, sometimes I will deliberately throw stuff away that I might normally compost because I don't accidentally create zerks. Well, I don't know what a zerk is. I can't even read, so that sign won't stop me. I think there are maggots or worms that eat plastic. That's pretty cool. I've tasted shit. Those bottles taste like shit. Morningstar system coming in clutch. Have you played the cat game Stray? My partner played some of it with me at keeping him company. Like, he showed me the game, but I don't have $30 to spend on a video game. Listen, I'm a tiny lefty streamer. The budget is tight, okay? If someone wants to buy it for me, I will play it on stream. But if you send me $30 in cash, honey, that cash is going toward food. Yeah, Penderson, a phrase that some adult taught me when I was younger is, like, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on, you know? Most people, anyway. TLDR, Zerks are killer bugs that evolved from bacteria that was created to eat metal and plastic waste. Oh, okay. Is that a fictional thing? It's a fictional thing? I mean, I do honestly think that we are going to... If we end up with a plastic-eating bacteria, bro, we're fucked. Look around. Look around your room. Look around your area and count how many things are made primarily out of plastic. To be fair, piss is at least sterile. I don't know why people think this. Piss is not sterile. How do you think you get urinary tract infections if piss and the urinary tract are sterile? There's definitely bacteria in the urethra. Like, I guess if you cut someone's bladder open, yeah, the urine is sterile. Yeah, if you cut someone's bladder open and removed the urine from inside their body, that urine would be sterile. But as soon as it passes through the urethral tract, it's not sterile anymore. Zerks are cute as hell? Okay. Sam Collins is losing subscribers. He's lost 4K so far. What happened? Did Sam Collins do something? I thought he was cool. Piss is sterile in and of itself. I mean, like, so piss is sterile, but there is always bacteria in the urinary tract, you know? I thought he just wasn't uploading as much. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I don't really follow Sam Collins very closely, but I thought that he was chill, you know? And it sucks that he's losing subs. He's got a lot of subs, though, so I guess it's probably not... Like, if I lost 4,000 subs, oh my god, that would be devastating to the channel at this size. If I dropped down to 26K, I would be so fucking mad. I'll be so mad. That's okay. We're slowly crawling back up to 30K. We've hit 30K and then lost it twice. So we're trying to get back up to 30K and hopefully we'll stay there this time. You're right, Quarbarian. I don't think any bacteria that evolves to eat plastic is going to be able to eat all plastics because there are multiple different types of chemical compounds under the broad label of plastic, which I am familiar with as a person with a 3D printer because I have polylactic acid. That's the most of the plastic filament that I have is polylactic acid. But we also have PETG, ABS. I think the offensive terrain is going to pass you. A month ago he had 5K, now he has 20K. Sucks to be me. Sucks to be a person with integrity. If only I were openly transphobic, I could make so much more money. This here dome is made from the finest polyurethane. True. I think a more reasonable answer to our waste problems is the plasma burner recycling system. Wow, that sounds insane. What? Except the cookies. Plasma waste to energy solution. Proven out by the U.S. Department of Defense, the PRRS harnesses the power of plasma to provide industry, municipalities, and the defense sector with a comprehensive, all-encompassing solution to waste management, while producing much-needed clean energy to meet our growing needs. That's interesting. Using the proprietary two-step plasma-based technology operating at extreme temperatures under gasification conditions, the PRRS transforms waste to syngas, a gaseous fuel which can then be used to make electricity. What the fuck? Heat or liquid fuels, all to the end user's exacting requirements. What the fuck? A gaseous fuel that is used to make electricity. What? Pyrogenesis is the name of this website. What the fuck? I don't really I mean, I guess, like, in the same way that our brain is an electrochemical thing, so I guess you can use chemicals to make electricity. That's true. Chemicals make all of our electricity inside of our bodies. That's crazy, though. What's up, Tanza? Yeah, we've talked about dicks. We've talked about... We actually haven't gotten to the subject matter in the title yet at all. So, maybe we should do that. Because those are the only two things I have left is... the Keffals being swatted news, and the book called I'm Glad My Mom Died, you know? Glad I did not miss anything important. True. Isn't it just breaking plastics back down into basically natural gas? I mean, I guess that would be useful. Like, natural gas can then be used. I don't know. Oh, what are we looking at here? Sterile urine and the presence of bacteria. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, no, yeah, no, it's a book. Yeah, Jack Coleman. I mean, yeah, I posted the thing in the title. I said I just posted I'm Glad My Mom Died because I figured that would make people click more. Wow, we are just dropping people. I guess it's dinner time. I guess there's a natural drop around dinner time that I had never really considered. But I would like to start talking about Keffals here in a second. I think I might take a quick step away and then come back and we'll get ready to talk about Keffals, right? Oh, goodness gracious. Down to 43 people. You 43. You're such the goats. You're the goats. It's like 2 hours into stream and you're still here hanging out. I love watching your stream while cooking dinner. I did like my cooking stream a few weeks back or a month or two ago, however long it was, and someone was like, I'd like you to post more streams like this because it's really nice to just watch a non-binary person doing normal things. And I was like, wow, that's a kind of good point. Like, that it might be some kind of political tool to just... Maybe I'll do, like, one daily vlog. One vlog that's just, like, I film myself doing dishes and, like, speed up the footage so that it is, like, happening quickly and like, you can just see me go through my whole apartment through the day or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that would be good to someone. Your stream is just a nice feeling of being together and social with others, being part of something. That's good. I'm really glad. We're starting like a social environment here. We're going to start being more politically active. Not that we aren't already politically active, but I'm going to start providing you all with some action opportunities. I'm really excited about that. We've been wanting to vlog, but life's been too depressing to talk about it until we get a job. Morningstar system, every goddamn time it even occurs to me to record a vlog for my Patreon, which is the $3 a month tier. If you subscribe at $3 a month, you get access to like once a month or so. I just vlog privately. Here's the thing. I cry in almost every single one because I'm like, oh, my cat just died. So Patreon is going to be the first place where I tell the full story, and I'm going to sob during it. And then this week I managed to only tear up and not actually cry, but I'm not going to tell you why because that's a secret for my patrons. What doesn't make sense is that Ariel goes on and on and on about how non-binary is not real, but most of the time she does use they, them pronouns for them. Buck Angel said he doesn't care if non-binary is real or not. He just wants them to stop calling themselves trans, and he does use they, them pronouns for them. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like it's possible to be, like, respectful on the surface. Like, it's kind of like the difference between being nice and being kind is the best comparison I can think of. Like, they're being nice by using the correct pronouns, but they're being very unkind in every other thing they say. Phoebe G says, with your little noises, you reminded me of this YouTuber who draws little cups that talk sing. Search, I love it, Grandma. I don't even know what noises I'm making. I don't pay attention to myself very much. Oh my gosh. The trans male community is like kind of disconnected a bit from the mainstream trans community, I feel. Maybe that's just me. I kind of feel like most of the discourse that I see in my timeline has to do with trans women, or it's like trans women talking about trans men and AFAB non-binaries or whatever. But this past week, this OG trans man, Skylar Kurgel. Do any of you know Skylar Kurgel? I don't even know if he regularly posts video anymore. We're not talking about TheyFab. No. We're not talking about TheyFab drama. I don't really know that I have anything to add to it beyond what I said on Twitter already. Skylar Kurgel is a trans man who has been out for a long ass time, like over 10 years. He's been on testosterone. You know, I thought he was like cool. Like he was one of the first trans guys I watched, kind of in the same tier as like Jamie Raines in the sense that he's like wholesome and kind. And Skylark 11. Yes, you're correct. Skylark 11. Skylar Kurgel. Skylark 11. And he, you know, it was really interesting too because he said like, I had a hysterectomy and that was my bottom surgery. Yes, I've had bottom surgery. Just because I haven't had penile construction doesn't mean that I haven't had bottom surgery. So I thought that that was really interesting and I liked that. However, this week he posted on Twitter like, basically like leave Buck Angel alone. Except not a person who's making a genuine good point about Britney Spears, you know, like, and I was really disappointed. I just immediately unfollowed Skylar. I didn't even engage with it. Some other trans men I know and follow on the timeline did retweet what he said and kind of go after it a little bit. Like, it's not okay that Buck Angel, the person who is like in the forefront of this, is repeatedly saying like, I am not a man, I'm a female who is pretending to be a man, basically. And non-binary people can't call themselves trans. I'm like, okay, so someday I'm gonna have a dick and be more of a man by some definitions than Buck Angel, but I'm not allowed to call myself trans? Like, okay, cunt. I don't appreciate people being like, why do you people keep coming after Buck? He's just trying to live his life. Like, no, he fucking isn't. He keeps just fucking saying shit about groups that, like, don't really need him to be making that commentary anymore. Yes, Jack Coleman, the person who made the Leave Britney Alone video is transmasculine. They're good friends with Blair White and the offensive tranny, and they both said they would never call a singular person they, them. Yeah, like, they're just so rude. I don't understand it. Doing videos with Blair White. Yeah, we did react to a video with Blair White recently where Buck and Blair White were talking about how you need your nipples. Buck Angel says men need nipples. Holy shit. Buck the Turf Angel. True! Oh my god, that's true. Oh my god, he would call you a confused trans man. Like, I don't know what to... It's so fucked up having, like, people call you confused. And I'm like, I have been out for 13 years. It's so frustrating. I'm over the excuses disguised as logical arguments shit. They're just marginalizing trans people. I know. It sucks how normalized it's become to just constantly question trans people and post photos of their genitals on Twitter without permission. It's just gatekeeping for no reason. Exactly. Anyway, so I said that I was going to take a quick step away to just go to the restroom real quick. So if you're just coming in, we're about to talk about Keffals. I've put it off. We're finally going to talk about Keffals. And then we're going to talk about this book that this woman wrote called I'm Glad My Mom Died. And I'm going to talk about it because my mother was abusive to me. As far as I know, she's alive. But when she dies, I will probably feel glad. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit with you all. But I'm going to just take a quick step away to go to the bathroom, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes. And yeah, I appreciate you. Hit the like button while I'm away and talk to each other. Post wowies, because I always think it's funny when you guys post wowies while I'm gone. Good grief. People can be born without nipples. That's true too. You can't be a real man if you're born without nipples. Sorry. I'm back. No more. No more dicks, no more wowies. Scram. Run. What's the run emoji? Run. As a cis man, my nipples are useless. Well, Mars, I mean, some men find their nipples to be erogenous zones. That's not the case for everybody. Some women don't find their nipples to be erogenous zones. For some men, it really tickles their bits. Oh gosh. So, We're doing so good tonight, by the way. Like, Vosh just went live a few minutes ago. Demon Mama is streaming. She's cribbing my style on my Thursdays. But it's working. It's doing good. Yeah, cis men can be induced to lactate. That's also true. My nipples are mostly annoying, but I still want to keep them. I definitely want to keep my nips, and that's part of why I ended up deciding I didn't want top surgery, because I was like, I mean, it was like part of what made the decision hard, but I mean, ultimately I'm like, I just don't want any changes to my chest. All right, Keffals. My nipples are too pokey and not nearly sensitive enough. Oh, Keffals. So I guess we can watch this video that Keffals posted. I'm a YouTube streamer, and I don't have like a ton of collaborative work that I do, right? So it's entirely possible that my audience is not familiar with Keffals, because Keffals, up until quite recently, was a Twitch streamer. I think she's moved to YouTube now because of a false flag Twitch ban. Like, listen, Keffals, as I understand it, was just like a shit poster on Twitch. And then more recently, she started talking about politics more. Because of all of this anti-trans sentiment in the United States, she's Canadian, or at least she lives in Canada currently. She has been raising more and more attention to a lot of different trans youth related stuff, especially because Keffals transitioned when she was a teenager. She started hormones when she was pretty young. She got vaginoplasty, I think, when she was like 17 or 18. So she's been long since transitioned, like 10 years plus. She's been done and changed her name and everything a long, long, long time ago. And now, let's get a picture of her up, I guess, really quick, so that we know who we're talking about for those who are unfamiliar. Come on, dude. One of the things that she has done more recently as well is come out in full support of DIY hormones. What that means is buying your estrogen or hormones on the internet, like not going through a doctor, like not going through the typical, you're supposed to like get a diagnosis and shit. This is Keffals. Twitch streamer, Keffals, trans woman, shit poster, like she just looks like a normal fucking woman. Anyway, she has been vocally supporting this DIY HRT stuff. And like, I guess a lot of the reason why she is doing that is because these laws are passing in the United States that are restricting access to hormones for youth. And increasingly, like, they're making more and more attempts to counteract the rights of adults as well by like taking transition care off of Medicaid in some places. That's going to make it so that any adult who needs state insurance, because it's like the affordable insurance, will not be able to transition, right? So accessing DIY hormones is just like a necessary thing for you to live. There are people in the UK who were on the waiting list for hormones so long that they killed themselves. Like after 5 years of waiting for an appointment for hormones. If people like that had access to, what is it, y'all? DIY.hrt.github. What is the link, y'all? Which provides information as well for, you know, it provides information and resources for, I guess, how to get a hold of shit if you need it. I cannot say that I don't support it. And people have been called, like, what was it? Destiny called someone a pedophile for posting that link and like making it available where teenagers might get a hold of it. Like a website about being able to access hormones when you are in a place where it's literally illegal for you to get them, basically, right? DIY hormones are a direct result of healthcare systems being awful. Yeah, like a gatekeeping healthcare system. People will just go get it anyway. This is why you can't make abortion illegal, right? If you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually change the rate of abortion within that country. Like, people just died during the procedure being done in an illegitimate location. Yeah, when you get seen for hormones in the UK, you can get turned away for not being trans enough or be put on too low of a dose to be able to see changes. Yeah, there's a lot of different reasons why someone might need access to DIY hormones. DIY is what you call it. But Keffals has come under fire for being supportive of that. She like beefs with people on Twitter. And she does use she, her pronouns. I guess she did use they, them at one point, but people didn't consistently use them. So she just gave up on it, which is kind of unfortunate. But I believe it is supposed to be she, her now, whatever the reasons ended up being. Fast forward a little bit, because all that shit with Destiny and everything, that was like a couple months ago. And, you know, the internet time, like everything goes super fast. Now, Keffals has been the victim of a hate crime, and she's fine. To clarify, if this is your first time hearing this news, I know everybody's already talked about it, but she lives in Canada, London, Ontario, Canada, and someone impersonated her via email. They emailed the police department local to her and said that, like, they said, I have an illegal firearm. Like, in Canada, firearms are much more restricted. They said that, so they claimed that Keffals had an illegal firearm, that she had killed her mother, and that she was planning on going to Parliament to kill straight people or cisgender people, something like that, because Keffals is a transgender woman. And the police showed up at her house, like they swatted, they showed up, they like barged in to her house, her apartment, and stuck guns in her face. And she was like justifiably freaked out by that, like very, very freaked out by that. It literally could have gotten her killed if she had done something slightly wrong during that interaction, or if she had done nothing wrong and then one of the officers just like got spooked because she had her phone in her hand and they thought it was a gun or some bullshit like that, which they absolutely do. But not only that, the email used her current name. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, Keffals' real name, Clara. The email also stated that her dead name. It included her dead name, and keeping it like, again, she finished all of her transition shit like 10 years ago. Her name hasn't been her dead name for like 10 years. So the police called her by her dead name and called her by he, him pronouns the entire time, as far as I know. Or at the very minimum, it was during the initial part. So anyway, I'm giving you the like highlights of what happened. I want to go ahead and switch over and let Clara finish this part out. Like, I want to let her explain this to you, for all of you who haven't seen it yet.
On August...
Let me get this hooked up really quick. She posted this video after she purchased... Oh, all of her shit was possessed also. All of her computers, her phones, they all got possessed by the police. So she had to go buy new equipment. So this is her recording from that environment of having just kind of repurchased some stuff slapdash. And I'll get the volumes adjusted here.
5th, I was woken up by London Police Services.
This. Oh gosh, I don't know that I'm capable of boosting her audio enough for this to really work very well, but that's okay. I'll just be quiet and you'll be able to adjust to hear her. So here we go.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. I was told later that at 6 a.m. that morning, an email impersonating me was sent to every city councillor in the city of London, Ontario, stating that I have an illegal firearm, that I killed my mother, and that I plan to go to City Hall and shoot every cisgender person I see. I was shown the email while I was being interrogated in police custody. While the emails were riddled with grammatical errors and read more like something a troll would say than something I would sincerely say, the police took it seriously. Not only that, the email said my name was Clara Sorrenti, but also stated what my dead name was. It was an obvious attempt to make the police humiliate me. During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred...
That is crazy. Like, how did you even figure out where she lived? If you, like, her lease on the lease has to be Clara. Like, there's no way that her dead name is on her lease. Like, how the fuck, like, her ID, if you pull her ID out of her pocket to book her, it definitely doesn't say her dead name. Like, how the fuck did that happen? Who let that happen? That's insane. So we will get around to, like, whether the cops got in trouble for it, whatever. Like, we will get to it. You know, we'll get to it in the timeline.
To me as her son. This is despite the fact that
yeah, when they went to her mom's house to check on whether her mom was alive.
Police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. This is
that.
despite the fact that I have run as both a member of parliament and a member of provincial parliament under my name, Clara Sorrenti. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before ever even mentioning my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012, and then later to Clara Sorrenti on March 7th, 2018. When I changed my name...
Okay, I guess she changed her name more recently than 10 years ago. That was a bad claim on my part. But her most recent name change was in 2018. That is more than long enough. You should not have this info on here. Like, literally, it can't be on her ID. Like, why is this name being used at all?
I took my mother's maiden.
Yeah, it's got to be fully intentional. There's no way it's an accident. That's the thing. This is like a transphobic hate crime on the part of the person who doxed her, and like the person who, like, her dox is on the internet. Like, also, the person who doxed her did a transphobic bullshit to her. The person who sent the email did a transphobic hate crime, and, like, frankly, the police participated in a transphobic hate crime on their own. Like, they did their own additionally transphobic actions. Great.
Name. My last name has not been Roberts in over 10 years.
Okay, yeah.
The only
her
reason
first name change was over 10 years ago.
That Roberts is on the property bags is because I was booked under my dead name. A search warrant was issued, which I have a copy of here. They were looking for a handgun, ammunition, cartridges, cleaning tools, a gun case, cell phones, and computers. They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Yeah, that's like the terrifying thing about squatting is, or it's not squatting, Jesus, swatting, is that, like, I don't have thousands of dollars to replace my computer. Or, like, if my partner's shit got seized because I got swatted, like, oh my God, I don't even want to think about that situation. Like, it would be a nightmare. Like, for me, I would not be able to make money, and I don't even know how I would get a hold of. I guess I would be like, hey, Dad, can you give me an old phone or something that I can use Wi-Fi on? Maybe I might have an old phone that can connect to Wi-Fi that I might be able to get on, like, an alt account and DM some of my friends and somehow figure that shit out. I don't know. Like, this is like a life-destroying thing to happen to someone even on top of like it being a traumatic thing to have guns stuck in your face when you are like blearily getting out of bed in the middle of the fucking night, you know, like that is crazy. Are trans people a protected class in Canada? I think so. Yeah, I think that trans people are a protected class. Maybe it's provincial. It might depend on what province you're in. I'm not sure. But yeah, like it's a very dangerous thing to happen to you.
After the police interrogated me and realized this is a situation that has happened to me before, I was released with no charges. Without my devices, I could not let people close to me know what had happened to me, and they were in the dark for hours. Even after acquiring a new phone, I still cannot log into some of my accounts because the London Police Service holds the phone that my two-factor authentication goes to.
Yeah, that's the bitch.
The same situation happened just over a week ago, on Sunday, July 31st, in a city I don't live in, Toronto. On that day, I talked to Sergeant Nathan Gibson after someone impersonating...
Oh, so she very recently had a similar thing attempted in another city? Is that what this is?
Still cannot log into some of my accounts because the London Police Service holds the phone that my two-factor authentication goes to. This same situation happened just over a week ago, on Sunday, July 31st, in a city I don't live in, Toronto. On that day, I talked to Sergeant Nathan Gibson after someone impersonating me made similar threats to Toronto politicians.
Oh, okay. So someone made threats on her behalf. Once in Toronto, where she doesn't live, and once in London, where she does live, and then the police swatted her.
Sergeant Gibson chalked it up to a swatting attempt. I was not charged with a crime, nor was I named as a suspect in an investigation by the Toronto Police. London Police Services should have been aware that this could happen. In fact, my brother called London Police Services on March 27th in a conversation lasting 9 minutes and 16 seconds to see if my family could be put on a no swatting list, only to be treated like we were wearing tinfoil hats and completely dismissed. They told my brother things would be fine. They were
like, I want to set something up where like I can be protected from this, but I am also worried about the police being like, who the fuck are you? Why would someone want to do this to you? You know, like, I don't know.
Wrong. Despite getting a search warrant to search my home and finding no guns, as well as my mother alive and well, I am still a suspect in the investigation by London Police Services. My devices, including my fiance's hard drive that contains all of their important PhD-related documents, will not be returned to us before digital forensics analyzes them. This is a process my lawyer advised me could take months. Swatting is a crime. Identity theft is a crime. And because it was a crime that was motivated by hatred against transgender people, it was a hate crime perpetrated against me. Yep. Instead of the police helping me, they terrorized me and my loved ones, traumatizing me and leaving my fiance and I on the verge of losing everything. They victimized me for being the victim of a hate crime. I need your help because I can't do this alone. I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights. I have been subject to emotional damages, financial damages, blatant violations of the Human Rights Act, and discrimination on the basis of gender identity and expression. I was also subject to unjust seizures, which not only affected my livelihood, but has severely disrupted the work that my fiancé is doing in their doctorate program, and has the potential to impact whether or not my fiancé finishes their doctorate. Because there is no policy in my city against swatting, there is no guarantee this will not happen again, and my home is not safe. If you are a journalist or someone who works in media and you want to reach out to me for comment,
I wonder if she's gonna move to Toronto. Like, the police chief there at least isn't a fucking incompetent dumbass. So there have been updates since this. So she started a GoFundMe. The GoFundMe, I think at this time, let me not speak out of hand here. So she started this GoFundMe trying to let her move, because moving immediately is very expensive. Like, she potentially has to pay to break her lease and, you know, pay for a U-Haul to move her shit, pay to be off of her job while she's moving. That's another thing. but it's gotten to 84,000 as of right now. The page that I'm looking at right now, 84,000 Canada dollars. She's raised the goal a couple times because people keep donating, and here's the thing: it's not just for her to move. It's also because she's going to sue the city, like she's going to sue the London Police Services. She says here, if the goal is met, I will have raised enough to recoup my losses and move immediately to a safe location. If the goal is exceeded, funds will be allocated to a legal fund to protect myself against ongoing and future threats to my safety. Lawyers are fucking expensive, and suing a government agency is not cheap either. So people are like speculating, like, why does she need all this money? And like, yeah, that's why, because suing someone is fucking expensive. And I'm sure that if she ends up with extra after the lawsuit, she will pay it forward, you know? And also 84,000 Canadian is like, I don't know, what is that? Like maybe 70,000 USD, you know? It's not as much as it looks like, because Canada dollars are worth less because you need more of them to equal the same amount of value. Yeah. Anyhow, so let's see, where are my other updates on this? She obviously has the support of a lot of different people on the internet. Plenty of people have come out in support of her. Even some people who are like, I fucking hate her, are like, I went ahead and donated $200. She's been paying it forward for the past year, and how much of a good advocate she's been for our entire community, especially for trans youth. Yeah, like, I'm not disparaging any of the work she's done. Like, part of why Keffals is such an important figure right now is because she, like, represents a lot of hope for a lot of trans youth. Trans youth in her chat feel welcomed. They feel safe. For some of them, it's the only place. I watched this. Oh, here, maybe I'll try to find this interview instead of me orating it to you, because that might not be as effective. Beg pardon, I didn't have this ready. Let's see. I'm just trying to find this really brief interview that I saw her in. There's so much coverage of this, frankly, that I mean, it's nice, but it is also like difficult to find the content. But look, I made you some content. Daddy made you your favorite open wide. Here comes the content. I'm trying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this interview. But she has said that, like, there are trans youth in her audience who have told her that her stream is the only place where they can be a normal teenager. She started crying in the video where I saw her say that. She just immediately started crying, and oh boy, I almost did too. Because that's like... It's terrible that there are like kids who are like, I can't come out, but they find these places online where like we can provide community to teenagers. Like, I don't think there are very many teenagers in my audience. I think there are some young people like 20-ish years old. I don't think there's a lot of teenagers in my audience. Like, it's so important for kids to feel like they can just be themselves and be normal, you know? We have a 17-year-old. Okay, we have one 17-year-old. It feels like a monumental responsibility to be someone who is like a trans elder. I mean, in the sense of being like almost 30, which is not crazy old, but still I have been out for over 10 years. And Keffals the same, being out for over 10 years, being in her upper 20s in age. It's a huge responsibility. It doesn't make me uncomfortable, but it is a big responsibility to be like I am providing a place for a minor to be fully themselves, and we need to make the world better for them and stuff. Like, there is a burden. There's a kind of burden to be better, I guess, and to continue doing what you're doing and to not give up and to be an example of how you can be trans and be strong and be successful. That's another thing. It's good to see a trans woman being successful. Now, I don't want to get too far on this because I do want to finish with the sort of updates on this situation. She has been in contact with the London police on and off, and she has now gotten her belongings back, I believe. That is like one of the most important things. She has her belongings back. She has the money to move. Let's look at her Twitter account a little bit here. I talked to the chief of police of London Police Services, and I am no longer a suspect in the investigation. They are now acknowledging this situation as swatting. So she's still seeking legal justice, but she's gotten her stuff back, and she is no longer under investigation. It has been acknowledged that this was like a false attempt to get her in trouble, and it's a swatting. And supposedly they are investigating within the police department of whether or not the police themselves did something wrong. Oh yeah, here's the interview.
The community that I built online was the only time we ever felt like a normal teenager.
That was just her saying, like, this was the only time people...
The community that I built online was the only time we ever felt like a normal teenager.
Like, she's talking about teens in her audience who told her that, like, this is the only place where they can just be a fucking human being, which is awful. But, yeah, there's a TV piece about that. Statement from the London police. We are aware of public interest surrounding a recent occurrence involving London police and our response to serious threats of harm made against members of our community. That investigation is still underway, and it would be premature of me to speak further of it at this time. I do, however, wish to address concerns raised regarding our interactions with Clara Sorrenti, who was subject of that investigation. It has come to my attention that Miss Sorrenti was referred to during her time in London police custody by an incorrect name and gender. We acknowledge the distress this has caused Miss Sorrenti, and we will be reviewing the occurrence to understand how that might have happened. At this time, we are still in the process of gathering the information necessary for this review. London Police Service is committed to bias-free policing and treating all individuals with respect and dignity. We work closely with LGBTQSIA community partners in London to ensure we are responsive to the needs of the community and to address any concerns they may have. Acknowledging that despite our best efforts, we may fall short at times, and in these situations we learn, educate, and do better. We are in contact with Ms. Sorrenti, and we'll share our findings with her once our review is concluded. So I believe that is the most recent update regarding the investigation. Like, of course, you know, the police are going to investigate themselves and find that they did nothing wrong. Canada is not that much better than America as far as this type of behavior. I don't know what the S stands for. That's something that I am not aware of, what the S stands for in LGBTQSIA. I have no idea. If she's not been charged, they have no reason to hold her shit. Yeah. Well, if I don't think that you have to be... Well, do you have to be charged in order to be under investigation? I don't know. I'm not really sure 100% how it works because the law is also going to be different in Canada. Oh, 2S. So it's not 2 and then S separately. It's 2S. No. It says 2QSIA. LGBT2QSIA. The S stands for Sigma. True. Two-Spirit would be under non-binary. Not necessarily the case. It's... Two-Spirit is a pre-colonial role that doesn't... It's not the same. Sometimes people will call themselves both, but that doesn't... It's like a square rectangle situation. I don't know how to describe it, actually. I guess Two-Spirit, you could consider a type of non-binary, but they're not like necessarily exactly the same thing. Anyway, I don't want to get off on this tangent. I have massive respect for Keffals. I don't know her personally. I think that she is kind of an inspiration because... It's really good to see, like, a trans woman succeeding. It's scary at the same time to see, like, the very retributive ramifications of that. Like, that this website that's famous for doxing people doxed her, and then like someone swatted her. It's really very fucking scary. So at the one time I'm like, it's so good to see her succeeding. Trans women are amazing. I like to see potential for myself to be like self-sustaining. Like, I don't know how Keffals is disabled, but I know that she's disabled because she's mentioned it before, that like it's so meaningful to her that she's able to have a career as a streamer because she is not able to work traditional jobs. And to clarify, for anybody who is about to say anything about it, not in chat, but in the future YouTube video, when you're disabled and you can't work, it's usually not because you are choosing not to work. And it's also usually, it's not even necessarily that you literally can't work a job. It usually means that you require some form of accommodations, and it's really difficult. Like, it's illegal technically to discriminate against disabled people in employment. But realistically, what actually happens is you have like a weekly medical appointment that requires you to just like take off work early one day of the week. But in your industry, it's a standard that that people have to be available full-time, and not only full-time, but overtime. Then you eventually, like, you just are the first person on the list to get fired or like let go when layoffs happen, because you're the only person on the crew who has a schedule difference. And they don't have to say it's because of your schedule difference, but you just have to know that even in places where it's illegal to fire you for being disabled, and you're legally required to provide reasonable accommodations for disabled people, like, corporations would rather just not hire you. They would rather just exploit someone who's easier to exploit. So I, as a disabled trans adult, feel like it's really great to see someone being able to succeed. Like, and like, I'm so happy that I'm able to be as sustained as I am on this as my income. Like, it's also amazing that I am able to pay my bills every month because of this job. Like, getting to a point where it's more sustainable and I'm worried less each month about what I'm going to do next month and like how I'm going to save money. Like, when the channel grows to that point, you know, I feel like it's going to be like, yes, success. And I'm proud of her for getting to that point where she's like, if she needs serious help, she's getting that serious help. She's getting that 84,000 Canadian, and it's going to more than cover her moving on a very short notice basis. And then all of the legal stuff, like, she's going to be able to make a more genuine statement than most trans people have the power to make about like the importance of following fucking human rights laws in Canada, you know? Every job I've lost unfairly, it has either been a case of me not having sick time to take off for disability related issues or a case of blatant discrimination. Yeah. And like, yeah, autistic people have a difficult time remaining employed. Disabled people have a difficult time remaining employed. Trans people have a difficult time remaining employed. So you are kind of fucked if those factors start compounding on each other. Like, you're literally just being forced out of traditional labor. So, I really admire Keffals because she's really made it work, you know? She's really made this shit work for her, and she is not backing down. You know, she had something traumatic happen to her, and her response to that is really getting like, I'm gonna fucking sue this bitch. Like, you know, to be able to have that response at the end, to be able to say, not only was this fucked up, and I know it was fucked up, but like, I have the power behind me to follow through and say, hey, you need to like come here and fix this problem. Like, you fucked up and you need to fix it. Like, you need to pay me. I've worked with 2 people in the past who worked themselves down to the point of needing surgery and then being let go after not recovering fast enough. Yep, the industry will chew you up and spit you out. Does not care about you. So that was the Keffals section. I don't have a whole lot else to add. I think it's bullshit how much shit she gets all the time, and I wish her well. I'm glad she's got all her shit back. I'm glad that she's no longer under investigation. I hope that wherever she moves next, like, is much more receptive when she calls and says, hey, please put me on a no swatting fucking list, please. Gosh. I'm gonna just fill my water back up real quick. I'll be right back in like 10 seconds. Oh, goodness gracious. So that was our Keffals section. How did we like it? We still have one thing left to talk about. Hail hydrate. Drink the water. Penderson, you might be the youngest person here. At 17, do we have anyone younger than 17? Do not ever share personal information in my chat, especially if you are a minor. Didn't like it, or rather it was good but just depressing. I mean, I guess like maybe too much of the tone overall was kind of depressing, but like I think it's awesome that she's gonna be able to fight back against this shit, you know? I think she's a role model in multiple ways. I would kind of like to talk to her because I think we might be the same age. I don't actually know. Does her Twitter say how old she is? No, it does not. I wonder, is this one of those things that you can Google? Okay, so wow, she is literally only 2 days older than me. Like, wow. So she's 28. That's cool. Anyway, so she, I think, came out at about the same age that I did. Like, I realized I was trans when I was, I think, 14 or 15, right around there. And Keffals also came out around that time, but she transitioned, like, medically as a teenager, and I didn't start transitioning medically until I was 21. So I would kind of like to have a conversation with her sometime about just, like, how it was different, like transitioning younger. Like, we grew up in the same environment, more or less. Like, she obviously being from Canada, that's a little bit different. But we were in high school when it was normal for people to call stuff gay and retarded all the time, you know? So I know that's still unfortunately normalized in some places, but it was like pretty mainstream normal to use language that way when we were in high school. And that's, you know, she and I both came out, but just had different... I think, honestly, the difference is that Keffals probably had access to medical care, like therapy and stuff. Like, for example, I didn't even know that puberty blockers were an option. My parents couldn't really afford to take me to, like, a gender-affirming therapist so that I could, like, talk through it with someone who was a professional, like whether or not I should start hormones at a young age. And yeah, I ended up wanting to hold on to my feminine characteristics for longer and didn't start. I like agonized over it for years and didn't have any therapy or anything to talk about it. And then I finally fucking started when I was 21, because at a certain point it was just like, well, you might as well goddamn try it. Like, you've fucking thought about it for so long, you might as well try it and see how it goes. And then, as I predicted, I took it for a short while and then stopped. And then I ended up taking it, well, I say a short while, 2 years. I took it for 2 years and then stopped for 2 years, and then I went on it for 2 years, and now I've been off of it again since like September, so close to a year. Are your parents supportive? Yes. I don't speak to my mother anymore. We're going to talk about that in our next segment. My mother is estranged. I don't speak to her anymore because she was abusive, but I speak with my dad still and my stepmom, and they're both supportive. My younger sibling is also trans. One of my younger siblings is also trans, so it's good that they have that support. Like, my younger brother is going to be able to start hormones at a younger age because we know more, because my parents know more, because I'm involved. They were going to make him go through the W path. They were going to make my brother wait for a fucking psych evaluation. Like, they were waiting on a referral to a psych, and then the first available psych was like in November. So my brother was like, they were like, we're not even gonna get the psych eval until November. And I'm like, the way that this shit works is that they're gonna make him go to multiple sessions over the course of multiple months. Like, they're gonna stall out this process for so long that he is going to be 18 before he gets access to hormones. And I'm like, that's not fucking acceptable at all. Like, he just turned 16 this year. So yes, my parents are supportive. Yeah, Penderson, that's who we're going to be talking about today. I don't know if you saw the title of the stream where it says, I'm glad my mom died. I realize that's kind of later on in the title of the stream. Maybe I'll update it. There we go. I'll rearrange the title of the thing so that we know the next thing we're going to talk about. I didn't know who Jeanette McCurdy was until basically this week. Oh God, when I got therapy for my gender-related issues, I got sent to a sexologist. Yikes. Yeah, she's done with acting. The thing was that I missed out on iCarly. We'll talk about it in a little bit. We'll talk about it in a minute. I'm gonna ease into it because this next section, like, I'm gonna have to put a content warning on the screen. I'm going to be talking about my own experience with abuse. Like, it's going to be a little bit heavy of a section, I guess. So we're going to wait a minute to get into it. I've only been going for 2.5 hours, you know. I feel like lately I've been streaming kind of short. I've only been streaming like 3 hours, so maybe we'll try to push it a little bit longer tonight. It just kind of depends. I can't really deal with abusive mom things at the moment, so I'll take a break for a bit. Yeah, no, listen, I completely understand. I was sent to a gender therapist who works with trans people for being intersex. It's actually working out very well. That's cool. I feel like that's going to be the more likely to be understanding than the average person. That's cool. Someone in the YouTube chat says, it was mandatory that I went through the W-Path stuff when I got my referral letter for hormones, and I was on the wait list for hormones for 2 years. It sucked, but now today is my 2 months on T. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's awesome. Are you in the US? Like, that's the thing too, is like sometimes it's the insurance. Thank you, Timerini. Have a good night. Sometimes it's the insurance, like you have to get a psychologist to sign off because otherwise you can't get the insurance to cover it, you know? That's part of why I'm not likely to do insurance when I do bottom surgery. Like, I'm probably just not going to bother to have health insurance because, you know, it's way, way, way expensive, and they're going to try not to cover shit, and they're going to, I mean, like, some insurances will, like, require you to have had top surgery before they will sign off on your bottom surgery, and I'm like, you don't fucking need to know that about me. Like, that's none of your goddamn business, and one has nothing to do with the other. I don't, like, tits and dick are not, whatever. God. If you're here and you haven't yet hit the like button, I would really appreciate it if you did, as we're getting ready to transition into our next subject here in a few minutes. It's good to just, like, take tangents and breaks sometimes. I'm in Canada. I don't have insurance at all. Just needed it to be evaluated that I was mentally sound in order for the referral letter to be written. Maybe because I was a minor. But why were you waiting for 2 years? That's the thing. Like, why would you be on a wait list for hormones for 2 years? It feels like they make it deliberately inefficient to make it harder for you to get a hold of the shit that you need. This is why access to DIY hormones is so important, you know? Ridiculous. I found out that my brother was gonna have to wait until November to even be seen by a psych, and I immediately texted my doctor and was like, "Are you taking new patients right now?" Just fucking immediately. Yes, I saw that Cops Hate Mo posted a video today, only like an hour before I started stream, about trans history. I'm really excited to watch it. I really like Mo's videos. Mo does these just so thorough, this just incredibly thorough content. What about people who are relatively flat-chested? Exactly, like top surgery would be a waste of money. Like, what if you started hormone blockers before your boobs came in and you have a flat chest, but you still need to have a dick built? It's fucking so stupid. I hate insurance companies. I love Mo's sense of humor. I do too. I don't think I ended up posting it to the channel or anything, but a little while ago, Mo had a live stream raising money for their top surgery because they, in New Zealand, they have seemingly just eliminated top surgery for trans men. Like, basically, even if you score really highly on the I qualify for getting this procedure shit that they do on the public health service, they might just still deny you, like they did with Mo. Mo was strung along over the course of many months and like had their appointments canceled on them at the last minute like 6 times. And finally at the end, they were like, by the way, you're not even on the wait list anymore. They were like, we're literally not even going to keep you on the wait list for top surgery. You don't get to have top surgery on the public service. So they needed to raise money for their top surgery to get it privately done, to get it done by a surgeon who is not on the National Health Service. And we joined for like a half an hour or so. And I opened by being like, Mo, I don't respect birds. And it was like a jokey way to get Mo to be like jokingly triggered. It was fun. There was a little bit of a lag that made it kind of hard to actually hold the conversation, but I think we did pretty well. Yeah, exactly. They can't do it through the public sector and have to do it privately. They didn't really give a justification for why. It just seems as though they're not doing them for trans people anymore. Like, Mo is small-chested, so when they're requesting, like, when they're putting reasons for the removal, you know, it's not like their back really hurts. It's mostly for, like, the psychological assessment stuff. But even having, like, a score of 6 out of 6 and 5 out of 6 on the 2 psychological questionnaire aspects, for some reason, 6 out of 6 and 5 out of 6 is not enough to qualify. So it's just, they're just passively refusing to do this procedure for Mo. Looking sexy in their new video. Well, I think they're ace, so they're very suave looking. I do think they have very aesthetic features. Trying to save money rather than transphobia. I think that if you as a public health service decide to save money by just refusing to put trans people on the wait list for medically necessary procedures, that is transphobic. You know, it's like, did you take C-sections off the list? I said asexy. Oh, I say asexy in their new video. Does that mean ugly? No, it doesn't mean ugly. That's rude. We're ace too. Okay, I see. Aesthetic, true. I'm not Vosh. I don't pronounce it aesthetic, creature of the Fae. Is that like a deep cut joke? Is that a deep cut reference? How many people even get that joke that are in this chat right now? 53 people here. Goodness gracious, we've been going for almost 3 hours. What a cool crowd. I get it. True. All right, we've got at least one absolute fucking dork in here. Trans people are a tiny percentage of the population. How would it even save much money? That's a good point, Teddy. Like, exactly. It wouldn't save much money. It's fucking transphobic. Like, oh, it's so frustrating. The way that people in society act about trans surgery is so frustrating. It literally never occurred to me before those tweets that we were talking about earlier in stream. It literally never occurred to me that if I someday posted pictures of my post-surgical penis, and like if I were to post that as an educational material, like in a private setting, because like there's like that photo must have been swiped from a private setting, and then having it posted on Twitter by someone else who calls it like arm flesh, you're gonna call my penis arm flesh? Like, that makes me want to make it makes me want to make a joke about slapping them in the face with the penis, you know? Like, I'm not gonna actually make the joke, but that's what I want to do. Like, catch this mushroom bruise, do you know what I mean? Not real enough for you now? Catch this mushroom bruise. I find insurance companies come up with excuses for everything not to pay. Public health services would not surprise me being crooked too. However, the transphobia is no surprise either. Yeah. They always want to, they just don't want to save, they don't want to spend the money on procedures. Like, I think fundamentally that in the healthcare system, transgender surgeries are still considered to be frivolous and elective and not like, you know, reconstructive surgeries. I think it's really fair when people call it reconstruction. Yeah, Ellis. What's up, Ellis? That Twitter thing was wild. How do transphobes just post someone else's nudes and not understand how awful that is? I mean, their rhetorical position is literally that it is not genitals. It was like, you know, the person had boxers on and their penis was just coming through the flap in the front of their boxers. And so whatever was going on underneath or behind that wasn't shown. And the transphobe position is a trans person's surgically constructed penis is not a penis. They'll say that is just arm skin or wherever the donation site was. This was in context of a lot of other pictures of people with their arm graft site. So that's what people kind of assumed it meant. But yeah, it's real fucked up. And like, I was like, wow, that's like such an upsetting prospect, because it's like a culture difference thing, I guess, like where I'm from these bottom surgery groups where like people are sensitive to the point where there are some language policey things that happen, not like policey, but like you should generally not say a phallo. Like, you shouldn't refer to someone's post-surgical penis as like, that's a phalloplasty, because phalloplasty was the procedure which was done to create the penis. That's someone's genitals. You need to call it like a dick, because that's what it is, right? And like, I think that the transphobic refusal, they do this with women too. They say like, that's not a vagina, that's just a fuckhole. And it's just a really popular rhetoric that they want to say that it's not genitals, really. That's a phallus. Yeah, you could say phallus. That would be appropriate. That's your dick. That's your penis. This is my dick after surgery. Yeah, it's a fuckhole already. True. I mean, if I have a hysterectomy, does that make my vagina a fuckhole also? Allo behavior. Phalloplasty is making a phallus. True, exactly. Not this no-no zone. Oh gosh, I am getting ready to talk about the mom abuse shit. Paul Hack asked, what does ace mean? Ace, in this instance, is short for asexual, which is spelled A-S-E-X-U-A-L. And I know that you might think like, oh, asexual, you're referring to asexual reproduction. Nope. Asexual is also a term for human sexual orientation, where so like a homosexual is a person who is sexually attracted to people of the same gender, and an asexual is someone who is not attracted to anyone of any gender, which is not necessarily to say that they don't have a libido or anything like that, but it is to say that they don't experience motivated sexual attraction. So that's what ace means in this context. I guess I'm putting my hair up. I wasn't really paying close attention to what I was doing, and I'm putting my hair up. If someone showed a TERF's genitals and criticized them online and debated whether they were real or not, you would witness a TERF meltdown. Bro, I thought that same thing. I was like, if a TERF like had a boob job, right? And I posted pictures of her boobs after her breast augmentation and was like making fun of her body and was like, those aren't real boobs. Are you like, you really like need to pretend to be a real woman that hard? You know, it would be fucked up. And they would be right to call it fucked up. Not cool. It's crazy how little work empathy takes. Fucking amen. Like, I was trying to talk to someone. They were like, what is womanhood, or like, what is gender? And I was like, oh, do you really want to have this conversation? Because I'm willing to like take the time to explain to you. But then in like a different thread, they were like, I was like, this person's penis looks kind of weird because they haven't had glandsplasty yet. But once they have glandsplasty, it'll just look like how penises usually look. And they were like, don't lie to me. You know that these things can't do any of the things that normal penises do or whatever. And I was like, you're going to speak to me this way on this thread and also demand that I educate you on this other thread? Like, you don't think that being disrespectful is going to like maybe make me stop talking to you? But it's really like they don't want to talk to me. They just want to waste my time and troll me. Like, that's the satisfaction that they're getting out of that, is to waste my time. There's also a lack of common sense going on in these situations. Like, I don't know, like if I'm not gonna probably get urethral lengthening, but like if I had a dick that I could pee out of and that caused orgasms and stuff, like in what meaningful way is it not a penis, you know? If you touched it, it would be sexual assault. If you shared pictures of it without permission, it would be sexual harassment and revenge porn. Good grief. All right. We're going to start talking about this book here in a minute now. The types of people replying to your tweet are the people who look through the quote tweets of the OG tweet. They are obsessed and unreachable, IMO. No, yeah, I know. Well, I didn't make any quote tweets. I just replied. I just said, like, are you serious? You swiped a trans person's photo to post on your public Twitter account. So I made a direct reply. I don't really like to do that quote tweet back and forth bullshit. I actually think that's a really toxic way to use Twitter. Does anybody else feel like that? Fallow without urethral lengthening sounds interesting. Yeah, it's surgically very difficult to do urethral lengthening without also doing vaginectomy. And because I'm not going to have vaginectomy, like, I mean, if you really think about it, like, if you do a vaginectomy, you kind of cover up everything back there. Like, you know, the urethra in a vagina is like down here, and you're trying to route it like up here. And if you don't have vaginectomy, you kind of just have to create an exposed tube that's going to like run along the inside of the labia majora, and then to the base of the penis, and then up and out the tip of it. So like the complication rate for urethral lengthening is already really high. Like, the overwhelming majority of complications in phalloplasty are related to urethral lengthening, because guess what? You're trying to build a new urethra to pee out of, but while it's healing, you have to continue peeing out of it. It's really difficult to get it to work very well, and it takes a long time sometimes to get it fixed. So first of all, like, I don't care about that, and also it is way, way difficult. Anyway, it's difficult anyway, plus I am not gonna have vaginectomy. It's definitely a penis any way you consider it, Lux. I don't know what the TERF's problem is. It's like the Karen in the store. You can't do much with them. Like, I bet if I had my dick and I went into a women's bathroom with a TERF in there and pulled out my penis, like, that would be sexual harassment, and she would call it sexual harassment. She would be like, this person is waving their penis at me. And I would be like, au contraire, it is merely a flap of arm skin. You cannot have me arrested for indecent exposure. You cannot put me on any sexual offender list, any sexual offense registry, because it's not a real penis. So I just don't think that that's how that would go down, frankly. I just have this, like, sneaking suspicion that that's not how it would go down. God, we've talked about dicks a lot today. Good grief. I also hate when Twitter users quote retweet a reply to use as a gotcha. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. She wouldn't call you a person, just a man. Oh, true. Men are not people to TERFs. I think that's true. I think men and trans people are all just not actually people according to TERFs. Damn, can I just say you all are making me feel really good tonight? Because I kind of assumed that I shared a lot of audience with, like, Vosh and Demon Mama, but the fact that they're both streaming and I still have all of you lovely people in here hanging out in my horde, that's wonderful. It really feels good. And it's cozy. We're having a cozy night. Yeah, she would cry that there was a man in her bathroom who was exposing himself to her. Yeah, she would assume at first that I was a trans woman, probably. And then I would reveal, I would put my leg up on the countertop and pull my skirt up and reveal the pussy within. God, I didn't really anticipate that I would become such a sexually explicit streamer, but I guess it's that's just something that I'm gonna do sometimes. You do share audience. I just prioritize your stream. Oh, that's good to hear. I mean, I guess it feels nice to be the favorite. Okay. Oh geez, Daniel says, Twitter is toxic AF. I've been shadow banned repeatedly for arguing with the gays against groomers and libs of TikTok folks. And today I'm locked out until I put in an email address, but it says email already registered to another account every time, even when I put in a brand new email address. So I guess I'm effectively banned? Oh wow, shit. Make a new account, I guess. That's what I would do. I watch Vosh too, but I am enjoying this interesting convo. Damn. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta. This stream is easier than DM streams. Listen, genuinely, I fucking love Demon Mama so much. Sometimes I'm like, sometimes she's going and she does this thing where she's I guess trying to, like, galvanize people. Like, she's like, what are you gonna do when they come for your families and stuff? And I'm like, listen, I get it, but sometimes it just goes on for a little bit too long. And I'm like, I need to feel something good right now. So it can be kind of difficult to get through that part. The stream and the community she's built up is great. Yeah, that part is a little bit challenging for me. I have to talk about the bad news on my own stream, you know. It's I have to balance what I'm doing in my free time. Vosh as well. Yeah. I like to be in stream chats because I enjoy that. I was a chatter, you know, before I was actually a streamer. Like, I made content on YouTube, but I was not, like, I didn't really consider myself part of this demographic, this niche of, like, leftist streamers. But now I've kind of shoehorned my way into that community. And Horty chat, best chat. True. Yeah, Demon Mama is inspirational and morale boosting. Those bits are empowering for us personally because it makes us feel like we won't be alone. Fair and understandable. Like, it's just like sometimes it goes on a little long. Maybe I shouldn't make generalized statements. In some of her streams, once or twice since she's recently got back, I just noticed like I was, you know, she was just covering a really serious topic, and I just felt like, wow, this is just going on for a long time, and I needed to like take a step away. There's sometimes where I'm watching a Demon Mama stream and I just fucking leave. Like, I don't even say goodbye because I'm like, this is depressing and I don't want to like be here. As much as I appreciate the work she does, I don't need to be convinced that something needs to be done, you know? I'm not like, I feel like I'm outwardly appearing annoyed, and I don't intend to come across that way. But like, I don't need to be encouraged to try to do something. Like, I already know shit's bad, and I know that I need to get the fuck out because I don't think that I'm going to be very helpful, and I also think that I'm going to potentially face violence or something, and it's just, I just don't want to live in a place where my rights are under scrutiny all the time. I remember Vosh came out with that Doomer video, and it sent me into a depressive spiral because he didn't really explicitly say what he meant by Doomer, so it just kind of felt like he was explicitly shitting on people who feel hopeless in the current environment. And it felt like, if I can't really do much, and if I can't feel hopeless, then what can I do? I don't think I watched that video. It does sound really difficult, though. I guess, is Doomer like a political position? Is that distinct from just being hopeless generally? As a cis guy, your streams basically provide me all the medical knowledge about transition that I have. True! True. Spread the information. Because, like, part of what sucks about, like, trans and, like, being trans and surgery stuff is that people really don't know what our results are like. To the point where trans people come in and they're like, oh, I don't want to get fallow because it can't do what a normal dick can do. It's not good enough yet. And it's like, bro, like, you need to like temper the way that you talk about that, because this is like a lot of people's actual real bodies now, you know? We fall into despairs really easily. When we have to back off is when she despairs, when she goes quiet and sad. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's true. I think maybe you all are better, like maybe you all have better mirror neurons than I have. Like when Demon Mama is like fired up, you're also fired up. But when she's fired up, like I don't necessarily match that energy. I had an argument with a friend today about gender. He was doing the your dad argument from the old Philosophy Tube video. I don't remember exactly what the your dad argument was, but I remember that part of the video being funny. I still like to watch old Philosophy Tube sometimes. It doesn't feel weird. It doesn't feel weird because it feels like I'm watching a completely different channel. Like, I mean, not in style or anything, but like, it's like, that's just a totally different person. I don't really think of it in too hard. I'm not like, oh yeah, Abigail, she's da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, this fucking guy, you know? Oh, doomerism is actively spreading pessimism to other people. Doing what's the point in trying, the world is basically over type shit. Yeah, like I guess the incel lie down and rot is doomer. Doomer is specifically, oh, we can't do anything, don't even try, you're a sucker if you try mindset. That stuff about fallow is actually a good example of capital D doomer. Yeah, like it's not even possible, you can't, like, it'll never be the same. Forrest, what's up? Oh, hey, Forrest, are you also like 17? Or are you older than that? Because someone in here was like, am I the youngest person in the chat? And I was like, oh, maybe you... Oh, you're 20 now. Nice, nice. I just remembered that you were kind of young. Sorry. But he specified in the video that it's okay to be sad about the state of the world. I thought by doomer he meant someone who gives up on political action. Oh. Oh, yes, the whole I'll respect your pronouns, but I don't really believe you're a boy or girl being the your dad argument. I see. I remember. It's been a long time. I'm really glad she left all of her old stuff up. She made good shit for years before she came out. It's so good. It's such good content. And she's like, I don't mind if you watch that old content. Just do it somewhere I can't see it because the walking corpse who presented the show before freaks me out. That's what she said on Twitter. That's like actually what she said. Or maybe she said creeps me out. Doing the whole different actor in her coming out video really helps with that. That wasn't her old face, but close. And that kind of backwrote the vibes of who's talking in her older videos. Agreed. Yes. Pre-transition Abigail feels like a character she just used prolifically. True. Oh gosh. Oh gosh gracious. Oh, we gotta talk about fucking child abuse now. We don't have to. I want to talk about it. I think it's important to talk about it. Drink some more water. Get my content warning ready. Content warning. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to move that. If you've been appreciating the stream, please consider dropping a like on the video. Also consider doing a little dono or a Patreon. That's always good. Very helpful, useful to me. We have a monthly amount we're trying to get to so that I can make sure all my bills are paid this month. And if I could save a little at the end of the month, hey, that would be pretty cool because I really need to move the fuck out of this country someday. Somewhere out there. Stress. Okay. Oh yes, I'm here because I need to change this text. I don't know if this is good enough. Oh, come on. Whoop. Thank you. Content warning. Child abuse. Let's just put that up there. Is that gonna be too out of the way? Do you think? I think people can see it. Are you still thinking about moving to Canada, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah. I think that, likely it'll be, Washington first. And then I'd like to be Canada. Decoy Duck with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for the Horde. True. Both in the sense of the Horde versus the Alliance, because fuck the Alliance, but also because this is the Horde. My community is called the Horde. Cork pop, here comes the money. True. What is that? That's here, let me add this. Beep 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 beep. Hell yeah. Okay. I would like to look at the links in my notes. These are some links in my notes. Oh, I might cry during this segment, by the way. Just fair warning. Fair warning on that one. Preemptive apologies if I cry a little bit. Bow. Bran, thank you. Bran says that they signed up for the Patreon. I really appreciate that. You already gave me a dono today. I really appreciate the Patreon stuff because I can budget around that. It's just a little bit more stable for me, but I really appreciate everybody's donos. I understand not everybody can sign up for a monthly pledge. I'm Glad My Mom Died is the title of a book that I became aware of this past week. I believe it's a fairly new release. It was written by this woman, Jeanette McGurdy, who I kind of didn't know at all existed until this week. I just saw this book on the internet and I was like interested for the first time in finding out who she was. Let's do a quick image here, just show you really fast the title of the book and the cover of the book. Let's see if we can get an actual photo of this thing. Can we? It's so tiny. Why is this picture so tiny? Okay, here's a good one. Let's open this in a new tab and look at it together. So this is the title page, not title page, the front of the book. I'm Glad My Mom Died by Jeanette McGurdy. She's posing with this urn that is representative of her mother's urn. Impressively funny and an important cultural document. obviously people are a little bit upset about this. It's something that I want to talk about because, like, Jeanette is using this book to discuss her experience as a child actress. She was on iCarly. I did not watch iCarly. I don't know if I was the wrong age or if it's just because I didn't have cable at that time in my life. I had no idea about this. And she was on that show, and then later she was on a spin-off show with Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande was also a teenager, I believe. And throughout this period of time, she was being abused by her mother in some really fucking weird ways. Also, like, we'll talk about it in a second, but she was not necessarily being treated well behind the scenes on the show itself. She speaks about an adult creator on the show trying to, like, give her alcohol and be weirdly intimate with her, and it's just a long kind of life to have your mom doing crazy shit to you. So I haven't yet read the book. I would kind of like to, honestly. Maybe I'll add it to my Amazon wish list if somebody would like to snag it for me, because I don't think I have a casual $30 to drop on a book just for the sake of reading it when we're already I think we have enough material available to just discuss here on the stream today. I want to look at this article from People, which is, the biggest bombshells from Jeanette McGurty's memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. I'm going to use this as my means of kind of skimming through to give you an idea of what she's talking about, right? Because I think that a lot of people don't understand what it's like to be abused by your mother. Like, people... maybe I'm blowing my load a little early here, I guess, but people don't respond well when you openly hate your mother. It doesn't go very well. So I just want to, like, kind of glance through some of this stuff. I don't want to go into too much sensationalism about this, though, because I think that is an unfortunate thing that's happened with this story a little bit. There's some sensationalism regarding her leaving the Nickelodeon network. So she was like a perky, peppy girl on the show and on her, like, press tours and shit like that. She was known from that persona throughout her youth and young adult life, and it was a front that was forced upon her by her mom, who projected, like, wanted to live vicariously through Jeanette via her acting career. Like, her mom was very controlling in that regard. She says, my earliest memories of childhood were of heaviness and chaos. In particular, she says, my mom's emotions were so erratic that it was like walking a tightrope every day. The mood fluctuations were daily. Fucking hard relate. Hard relate, bro. She was under a lot of pressure. And so this says this overwhelming pressure of keeping up this front led the actress to suffer from eating disorders, but actually her mom forced anorexia on her. And then that, like, developed further into her own eating disorder, addiction. She was anorexic and then later became bulimic. Like, even after her mom died, she still found herself trapped in those cycles. So when Jeanette was 2 years old, her mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. Like, so part of I was watching another interview that I'm not going to show today here that Jeanette was giving, where she was saying, my earliest memories were chaotic because her mom almost died when she was, like, a baby, basically. So there was this lingering heaviness on her childhood that her mom's cancer might come back at any time. And she did finally pass away in 2013, 9 years ago. I think that Jeanette was about 21 at that time. So let's scroll through. She was forced into acting. Like, she, I guess, didn't really want to. She said she was forced into the life Deborah wished she could have had, recalling her mom asking, you want to be mommy's little actress? She says she felt she had no choice. Securing auditions for her kids. Unlike Jeanette's brother Marcus, who impressed Barbara with his monologue, Jeanette was told she lacks charisma when auditioning both of her children. She auditioned both of her children. This currently dead abuser. She endured childhood trauma due to her mother's control. So she was not only forced into acting, but the extremity of her mother's control went so far as wiping her butt at 8 years old. Jeanette recalls her mother wiping her butt until, like, her mom said that she needs to do it until I'm at least 10. Like, that is, if you're not disabled, that's fucking weird and really not okay. This is really a little bit foreign to my experience because I was not a child star. Obviously, like my relationship with my abusive mother was not at all the same as this. But oh shoot, maybe the oh shoot, hold on. Let me fix something really quick. I don't know that my little content warning is showing on this page. I want to fix that really quick. Come back. Baby, come back. Okay, where is it? There's, I need to change the color of it so that it's more visible on this screen. Hold on. 1 second. Sorry, I'm sorry. There we go. We'll put it right there. It's hard to miss. Sorry for that not being on the screen. So yeah, wiping her butt. In addition, Jeanette says Deborah regularly performed breast and, quote, front butt exams on her to check for potentially cancerous lumps and bumps. Sexual abuse is part of this. Like, she's basically saying, like, her mother inflicted upon her, like, genital exams. She says, by the time the exams are done, a huge wave of relief washes over my whole body. I usually realize that's the first time I've felt my body since the exam started. Like, she would dissociate. Also, her mother gave her showers in addition to and at the same time as her brother, who was almost 16. When her brother asked to shower on his own, her mom sobbed and said she didn't want him to grow up. So he never asked again after that. Like, and I was watching an interview where she said that her mother did this until she was 17. Like, her mother bathed her until she was 17. Like, bathed her teenage children together in the shower like they're toddlers. Yeah, this is very weird. Like, this is an experience that's well beyond what I had. Like, I don't think that Jeanette was, like, physically abused in the way that I was, but this is, like, a totally different situation. She developed an eating disorder. Yeah, her mom, she says the only thing worse than a cancer diagnosis is a growing up diagnosis. Like, her mother tried to keep her looking young, so that, like, keeping her skinny was part of keeping her looking young. Her success being dependent on her being on a children's show, I guess, made her mom want her to look young. So it says, she says, each Sunday she weighs me and measures my thighs with a measuring tape. After a few weeks of our routine, she provides me with a stack of diet books, and I finish that quickly, adding that she began to feel rewarded for going to extremes. I don't know if this is something that I'll find later in this article, but when her mom was in the hospital dying in 2013, when she was, like, comatose, Jeanette said, like, she, like, whispered to her mom in the hope that it would make her wake up that she had reached her mom's target goal of 89 pounds. Like, that the stress of her mom being hospitalized made her lose that last bit of weight to get her to the goal weight of 89 pounds at a CW for eating disorder. Yes, I am sorry about that. I'll do that right now. Okay, cool. There we go. She wanted to quit acting before finding fame. Yeah, she just really didn't want to be an actress. She recalls her mom's reaction. Don't be silly. You love acting. It's your favorite thing in the world. Mom says in a way that makes it sound like a threat. Like, like, oh, it's your favorite thing in the world. Don't you dare make me give up the lifestyle I've gotten used to living off of the money that you make. You can't quit. This was our chance. It was our chance. She writes of her mother's reaction. She bangs on the steering wheel, accidentally hitting the horn. Mascara trickles down her cheeks. She's hysterical, like I was in the Hollywood Homicide audition. Her hysteria frightens me and demands to be taken care of. You really do feel, as a child in an abusive situation, like this, you know, your mother freaking out demands to be taken care of. That means, like, you as a child, your instinct kicks in to try to mollify your parent. Like, you want her to calm down. In my case, it was like, I want her to calm down so she doesn't hit me. So I would try to, like, you know, explain things or like try to talk her down. There were times that I had to like comfort my mother. Like, oh, my mom got broken up with and she's crying, and I'm like comforting her, like holding my own crying mother. Which, like, you know, to I guess to some degree that might sound like a bonding moment, but it really just feels sick and toxic. I don't know. It makes me feel gross. So, and then she was exploited as an actress. She feels that she, you know, there were situations where they insisted she wear a bikini instead of a one piece. She was peer pressured by one of the creative heads into drinking alcohol when she was underage. She was forced by that person to have her first kiss on camera during a scene with Nathan Kress for an episode of the show. Like, she hadn't had her first kiss and they made her do it on camera. She's friends with Miranda Cosgrove, who was in the show with her. She had a rivalry with Ariana Grande. Reportedly, allegedly, in the book, she says when she left the network Nickelodeon, they offered her $300,000 to, quote, never talk publicly about your experience at Nickelodeon. She says, this feels to me like hush money, recalling her reaction, noting that she turned down the offer immediately. She had relapse after her mom's death. She's on a journey to recovery. I noticed how skinny she is. Like, if you see her, like, arms especially, and I wonder if being anorexic at such a young age made her not finish developing physically. Because that's why people used to be short, is because they were malnourished. You literally don't grow as tall if you're not receiving food during that time. Oh yeah, so here it is. When her mother was on her deathbed with a predicted 48 hours to live, Jeanette whispered in her ear news she thought might revive her. Mommy, I am so skinny right now. I'm finally down to 89 pounds, she recalls in her memoir. And she ended up anorexic and bulimic, binge eating and purging. She says, at least I feel thin and valuable and good about my body and my smallness. I look like a kid again. I'm determined to keep this up. I'm honoring Mom. She didn't end up finding treatment. She has been on the road to recovery. Miranda Cosgrove has been supportive to her throughout her recovery. So she's doing well. Like, she's a 30-year-old woman now, and she is in a much better place in her life. Let's see. She speaks about how she feels kind of healed now, I guess. Let's see. I have this series of little short clips on here that we can look through. This part is going to be probably for me more difficult because, first of all, listen, I'm really stressed about everything right now, but this is like, oh shoot, I gotta change the color of this thing again. This is more like her talking about her experience of it and like her relationship to the memory of her mother and stuff, and like I just might cry a little bit. Fair fucking warning. Let me change this. There we go. Okay, let's look at this and do a bing and a bongo. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Positivity that I've received from a lot of people in this.
Shush. Okay, hold on. Let's just take the volume down a little bit so that you're not deafened by it. And now we should be good.
Support that I've received from a lot of people.
Let's take it back.
This title is, I get that it's attention
She's being questioned about, like, why did you choose this title in this clip?
grabbing, but it's also something that I mean sincerely. I'm not saying it at all in a flippant way. And while the response might be divided, I really appreciate the positivity that I've received from a lot of people and the support that I've received from a lot of people. I think that anybody who has experienced parental abuse understands this title. And I think anybody who has a sense of humor understands this title. And I'm not so concerned with the opinions of anybody else because this book is not for them.
What do you think your mom would say about it?
I wouldn't have written the book if my mom were alive. I would still have my identity dictated by her. This title is...
Okay, just pause for a second. Hold on. Come here. Come here. You gonna come on? Jump up here? Come on. Come on, you're over here asking me. We're having an interruption. How could you not understand it even if you haven't experienced parental abuse? We'll talk about it in a minute. The way that people react if you have an abusive dad, everyone is very sympathetic. Come here, kitty cat. You're gonna come here while I talk about this. Come here. Oh gosh. Okay, so people are very sympathetic when you talk about having an abusive dad. I don't have an abusive dad, so I don't actually have personal experience with this really. But it's like, oh yeah, men are the worst. Like, you know, ugh, gosh, that sucks. But when you have an abusive mother and you try to talk about it, like, you're like, no, my mom fucking sucks. And people are like, your mother gave birth to you. How could you be so ungrateful and disrespectful of all of the sacrifices she's made for you? Like, this is what it's like to be abused by your mom and to try to speak to people about it. It is one of the most gaslighty experiences to know that you're being, like, hit or forced to starve yourself or whatever, and to have people tell you that you are being... He's so upset right now. To have people tell you that you have to keep loving your mom no matter what. Like, so if you put a title like, I'm glad my mom died, the title of her book, it is inflammatory. Like, people are going to be really upset. Okay, you're done? All right, it's fine. And they'll gaslight you and undermine your experience. And it's pretty fucking awful. So, this next video, I only just started to watch this next clip, and I found that I almost started tearing up with this one, and then I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna look through this on stream, but I haven't like finished watching any of this stuff. I just wanted to react live, react live. Shit, hold on. Give me a second. Let me fucking figure this out. Give me a second.
Grief for me toward my mom used to be really complicated. I'd feel really angry and confused at why I felt angry that I was grieving her. I felt like she didn't deserve my tears and my sadness and she was abusive. But it simplified in a really relieving way and now feels like I'm able to just miss her. And I think that is only possible because of the healing that happened through the writing of the book.
Okay, yeah, that was the part that I was like, oh yeah, I might cry about that. She was talking about the grief and like grieving and being angry at herself for grieving her dead mom and reaching a point with it where like it's really difficult to feel like you miss a parent who, like my mom, like I recognize a lot of ways in which she made sacrifices in order to make my life and my brother's life better. You know, she made hard choices. I remember one time specifically, like, there was just no cat food in the house for like 2 days. And I was like pissed off about it. I was like, Mom, there needs to be cat food. Like, you can't just not feed the cats. And like, not appreciating at the time that, hold on, give me a second, hold on, that my mom was having to choose between feeding her children and feeding her pets, you know, or like her children's pets. Really, the situation was, I was like, that's my cat you're not feeding. So to have a person who you know made a lot of sacrifices for you, like realistically actually did, but also like did horrible things to you, like did unspeakable things. Like, I cannot imagine doing to a child any of the things that were done to me as a child. And it's, I don't know, it's really validating to see someone talk about it openly, like how complex it is to like miss those positive moments of connection. Like, I remember when my mom, she was in college throughout a lot of my childhood. She wanted to like be an English teacher, but she also was really interested in Greek and Roman mythology. So she was like sitting at the dining room table one time reading, I think it was the Iliad, because there was like she thought some like really rad description of warfare in the poem or the story, the Iliad. And she was like, oh my gosh, you have got to get a hold of this section here. It's awesome. And she was like sitting at the table and she reads this section of the Iliad to me. And like, it's you know, we had a lot of moments where we sat down together and did jigsaw puzzles and stuff. And it's really difficult and complicated to have this tension, this like cognitive dissonance almost of, you know, the parent who at once, like on the one hand, did the best they could, and on the other hand, like still fucked up beyond repair. Like, to the point where I'm not willing to have a relationship with her. I think that Jeanette still, like, I mean, she was at her mother's hospital bed when she died, or while she was dying in the hospital. When my mom dies, I'm gonna find out about it afterward. Or like maybe she'll get a hold of me while she's dying and then I will not come see her because fuck that bitch. Like, I'm sorry. There's just no universe in which this is gonna be okay. You know, there's just nothing from my perspective that is gonna fix the situation. Like, I've been through PTSD treatment. Sorry, we're done. I'm done with this bullshit. I'm not dealing with it anymore. So let's watch this last little clip from Jeanette and
even if it was
wrap up any final commentary we have about this. Oh my gosh, it's 9:30. It's time for pill. I'm still fucking waiting on the IUD situation. Oh my god, it's very stressful. Just like everything else. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Is it really dark? Is the screen really dark? Like, is the saturation weird today? Or is that just me? All right. Let's check the volume here.
Was informed by self-righteousness. I think that...
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect volume. We're doing great. We're doing so good, everybody. How are you all doing? Are we all doing good? I think we're doing good tonight. This is kind of difficult, but we're doing all right. So she's talking about having turned down the $30,000, or sorry, the $300,000. And Nickelodeon said, we have no reportable response other than a no comment at this time. So if that tells you anything.
I just said, no, it's not happening. That sounds like hush money to me. Not doing it, not taking it. And then I do remember leaning against, I think I talk about this in the book, but I lean against my bed and I'm like, well, shoot, that could have put my nieces through college. Like, that was some good money. But I am ultimately proud of my decision there, wherever it came from. Even if it was informed by self-righteousness, I think that, I did something that was really hard to do. Oh my God, it makes me emotional. I'm proud of myself.
Why? Why proud of yourself?
I think I've chosen a path of integrity. And it hasn't always been easy. I just said.
I am so proud of her. You know, I'm like, I don't know you at all, but I'm so proud of you. Like, I don't know everything that goes into, like, when a person says, like, I've chosen a path of integrity, there are a lot of forks on her path that none of us know about, you know? There's a lot of stuff that goes into that I think that no one is ever going to know about, even with her having just written a memoir that's like a tell-all memoir, you know? Yeah, exactly. I hope she makes 10 times more from the book than she would have made from the hush money. True. All right. So, yeah, I guess I managed to fit most of my commentary in while we were talking along this. I mostly just wanted to bring attention to the fact that this is really difficult to talk about. It's really, I mean, it's just challenging to be openly like the person who gave birth to me, who is supposed to be like the person who is always caring for me and providing, and you know, everyone tells me I'm wrong for speaking badly about her despite the way that she constantly treats me. Like, it's really a tough thing to navigate. And I think that we should have more open conversations about this and more willingness to acknowledge that, like, sometimes the mom is just the worst, the worst of the two parents. Like, if, you know, like, my dad wasn't perfect, of course. Like, neither of my parents were equipped to be parents when I was born, but he, you know, but my mom, like, just did repeatedly unforgivable things, and it was wrong that people constantly told me that I had to just keep loving her as though, like, you know, I think the only unconditional love that should exist in the world is, like, you're a parent and you like have a child. Like, you should love that person unconditionally unless they do something like actually horrendous. Like, I don't even know. Like, if your kid like rapes and murders someone, maybe that might be a condition upon which like rescinding some of your love and affection might be appropriate. But for the most part, like, I don't believe in the idea of like, oh, you should unconditionally love your parents. I'm like, actually, no. It's possible to fuck up so bad that, like, you know, all I can do is go to therapy over it, you know? So, I appreciate her. I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion, and I'm done talking about that now, I think. Because it's a tough thing to talk about. It's scary that we let random people just create and raise people and provide them with no money or training or anything. It would be cool if parenting classes were like a normal thing in high school. It's kind of weird that they aren't. I mean, yes, you are kind of making some, I guess, assumptions about, you know, the idea that these people are definitely going to have kids later. But I think it would be better for people to have the skills than to not have the skills. Excuse me, just personally. Oh my god, excuse me. I burpee. I burp. I burpee boy. Yeah, even if you don't become a parent, the skills will come in handy. Like, you'll also be able to take care of your partner when your partner gets sick, you know? You might learn better how to take care of yourself. If you learn any amount of psychology during the parenting class, you will also learn about, like, effective ways of reinforcing behavior. You'll learn that negative reinforcement, like hitting kids, is usually pretty fucking counterproductive compared to many other tactics that you could go with. I don't have any kids, but I have a nephew and a niece. I think child-free people are also, like, critically important in a society, in a social group, because, yeah, like, sometimes parents need a fucking break, and if everybody has kids, then nobody gets a break. I mean, maybe you could get, like, you just offload your kids onto someone who already also has other kids. Inner child work. True, Forrest, true. They can't even address sex ed, let alone parenting in high school. I know, if you address if you address parenting in high school, it like, by implication, you have to also, like, acknowledge that people have sex, and that's not allowed unless you sign a waiver. You're burping so much you're like President Johnson. I know, true. Really, NBJ, you took a parenting class in high school? That's fucking cool. Like, where did you grow up? Like, where do they offer a parenting class in high school? That should be way more normalized. The number of kids shows and movies that had classes with fake babies lied to me. True. I didn't even get an egg. Also, like, home ec. I never had a home ec class. Actually, I did have a class where we learned how to cook and basic nutrition stuff. That was pretty cool. That was the closest to a home ec class that I ever had. And I only had the option to take a class like that when I moved from a school in the inner city to a school out in the fucking country for some reason. Where they also offer a daycare for students that are also parents. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what's more effective. Is it more effective to just have the student, like the children in the classroom, or is it better to actually offload them onto a carer, like on-campus carer or something? If I'm not mistaken, the college that I briefly went to had like a daycare type thing. My high school had a home ec class, but the only thing we learned to cook was popcorn and lemonade. I took a career education class, and no shit, they made us watch Elon Musk interviews and fill out worksheets about how we can be more like him. Oh no, that's embarrassing. Oh, I wouldn't want to gatekeep, like, you're not allowed to put your kids in the campus daycare unless you take the parenting class. I don't know. I think home ec is called microeconomics now. Why? Why? I don't understand. I took a personal finance class in high school and it was just watching Dave Ramsey videos. What? Oh, good grief. Oh, stretching out my knees. Oh my gosh, that feels good. Oh my gosh. Ooh, people dropped off after that last segment. Ooh, that's okay. We still have 37 going strong. It's been a good stream. We've covered some good stuff today. I don't even feel particularly shitty right now, even though we've been talking about kind of shitty news. I think that's the great thing about working through your trauma. Like, if you work through your trauma, even though there are other kind of actively traumatic things happening, I don't feel nearly as overwhelmed by stuff, you know? I took a, oh yeah, sorry, Central Synagogue NYC is a nice reform congregation. Oh yeah, we're talking about gay Jews now. Yes. That's what ADHD medication did to me. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know that I've streamed since the Florida Medical Board. No, I did. I did talk about that last stream. I don't want to tread over it again. It's not necessary. That's also in my wheelhouse as a queer Jew. True. Oh, gosh. Well, do we have anything that we want to get off in a tangent about? Like, do we want to have, like, a short... Let's talk about something kind of positive for a while we wind down here? Have you seen Dead End? No. Also, someone asked way earlier in the stream. Sometimes I like read a comment, but I'm in the middle of talking, and by the time I'm done saying what I'm saying, I don't remember what I read. Someone asked if I had seen They/Them, and I don't know if I responded. I have not yet seen it. I need to block out time to watch it this week. I'm excited to watch it. I think it's going to be interesting. So we'll do like a little bit of a review of They/Them. Did you talk about Trump getting raided? No, I don't really feel like I have anything to add on that. Trump politics is not something that I tend to cover. I mean, obviously I didn't even start streaming full time until after he was not in office anymore. But I don't generally, I don't generally talk about national politics because I just don't have anything to add. Oh, I just can't think of any other positive news. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I guess I do have a I'll give you an update. I'll give you some good news via an update here. I think I've mentioned before to you all that myself and some other trans streamers are gonna start becoming politically active, and we're basically gonna make content about different political races this election season. We're probably gonna have like 3 or 4 panel streams where we talk about, like, for example, like Doug Mastriano, who is running for governor in Pennsylvania and has said some wild anti-trans shit, we're gonna make a coalition with other trans streamers and cross-pollinate with their chats and stuff. Like, you might find some other trans streamers that you never heard about, because we're starting with like people who are, honestly, I might be one of the bigger trans streamers that's in this group. I'm not totally sure. And also I'm on YouTube, and most of the other ones are on Twitch. But we're going to be talking about these political issues, and we're going to be connecting you all with actual on-the-ground campaigns. Like, let's say, we're talking about they're trying to pass an anti-trans law in Missouri. And if you live in Missouri, well, there's this Discord that we already have, and I need to set up a bot command so that this will pop up, so that you all can go and join this Discord, because in this Discord, like, when I joined, one of the roles that I selected was, I'm from Kansas. So I get notifications anytime there is like something politically going on in Kansas that needs to be addressed. The Progressive Victory 2020 Discord, or 2022 Discord. Yes. Progressive Victory 2022. They're doing general, like, they're doing some work with Vosh. Like, Vosh is going to be like helping drive people toward this. We are going to be focusing specifically on like trans related issues and like candidates who have run on anti-trans rhetoric and stuff like that. So I'm really excited about doing that. I love networking with other people. I'm excited to give you all an opportunity to take actions and do stuff. Like, it's like a pipeline. The Discord's only for US stuff. I think for now it is. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but I believe that it is currently only for United States stuff. I know that there is a map that's being put together. That's like a Vosh. Hold on. Actually, I'm going to go to Discord for this. Map is a work in progress. Here we go. Vosh.gg/map. This is a work in progress, but I'm going to give you a little linky-do. Boink. So I guess this is going to be focused on the United States. This is a map of like action items that need to be addressed. Like, here is a candidate that needs to be defeated, or, this position was recently vacated and needs to be filled, kind of thing. This map here on vosh.gg/map. So they're going to create one of these for us as well, for the trans focused stuff that we're going to be doing. So there are some wonderful volunteers who are kind of organizing this shit in the back end, which that work is greatly, greatly appreciated because, you know, I obviously alone don't have those resources. Luxander in the radicalize me daddy phase. I don't actually know if this is radicalization so much because this is, I don't know, like technically I'm funneling you into the voting system. Like technically I'm funneling you into doing canvassing work, knocking on doors and texting and stuff like that. But I do, like, I don't think that that's the only thing you should be doing, right? I just think that it's a good place to start. Like, my position on this is always, you need to keep participating in elections because at some point, a legitimate election is going to get overturned, and you have to be there as a witness to say, I didn't vote for that guy, and these people didn't vote for that guy. Nobody voted for that guy. They overturned a genuine election, and then you can do your revolution, right? But you have to, like, continue doing the elections in the meantime. A little bit of liberalism as a treat. Exactly. Oh my god, Nouvenol. I can't wait for the Essence of Thought video on how fighting for trans rights is bad when bad streamer man is near it. I don't want to name any names. I actually might not even remember the person's name, if I'm completely honest. But someone backed out of our trans-specific subsection of this broader movement because Vosh was involved and like funneling people to the... They were basically like, I can't in good conscience tell my viewers to go to this Discord server that's full of Voshites. And we were like, oh fucking K. I don't think that's reasonable. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a cunt. I don't know. Youngkin in Virginia has gone rabid since the overturn of Roe v. Wade. He's trying to get Don't Say Gay going in Virginia public schools, along with outing gay and trans kids, etc. Oh my god. The Discord has already gotten me to be more involved politically, making political action seem more feasible, less doomer, etc. The reason why it's so good is that it's going to be accessible. Because when you join the Discord server, you're going to get immediately pinged to do an action. And it's going to be like, okay, we're going to get you in touch with, like, if you live in, like, Missouri, they'll be like, okay, well, you live in Missouri in this area. Now, this one political campaign has more than enough volunteers, but this other political campaign doesn't have enough people doing phone banking. So we're going to funnel you directly there to phone bank for this candidate who needs volunteers. Like, they're organized with actual, like, you know when you're watching, like, a show or a movie and there's someone running for political office and they're in, like, some hastily put together, like, clearly temporary office situation and there's paperwork everywhere and everything's disorganized and, like, people are having conversations while they're walking through and, like, people are bumping into each other. Like, those organizations, like, exist in each state already. All we need is to put you in touch with the people in your area who are doing that. You know, I know I personally have a hard time figuring out how I could possibly volunteer. I'm like, how do I even find out? There are, like, so many local elections. Like, how could I even know who's running or in which districts or whatever? You might be able to research your own city, but maybe you're like me and live in, like, a relatively progressive area. So a lot of the progressive campaigns that you might want to work for are already full up on volunteers, right? But you could find out that there's another town, like, 30 minutes away that needs people to phone bank once a week. Or sorry, that needs people to, like, knock door to door once a week. And you might be able to go, like, oh, once a week I can drive half an hour and, like, walk around for a couple hours and get my steps in, do some political action, go home. Virginia is purple enough that there's backlash and he's limited in what he can do so far, but he's trying real hard right now. Yikes. Oh my god, yeah. And there's channels for each state. Like, there's like a Kansas channel, the 3 square miles of progressive area in Kansas. I know. I don't know, Forrest. If you saw the map from when we won the abortion amendment thing recently, it seems like Kansas might be a lot more progressive than people think it is. I didn't even know my hometown had a DSA chapter until I met the chapter leaders on the Discord. No! I've been dealing with a lot of this in my city, a lot of fucking morons, but they're fucking morons who are on the ground doing stuff, so I grin and bear it and vent with my friends about them after we walk away after action. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to deal with people who are, like, not totally aware of pronouns and shit. It's sometimes you just have to put up with annoying things in order to get things done. But another thing that is like a something that is an area of focus that we discussed was that we also don't want to just hook up trans people to campaigns that aren't at least somewhat trans aware. So that if any of you have concern over that in particular, when we're working with these campaigns, one of the parts of the process, or at least something that is going to be part of the process, is like, how do you deal with trans volunteers and stuff? And sometimes you'll find out like, oh, there's a non-binary person like in charge of the volunteer segment, like who's in charge of the phone bank volunteers at our campaign. And we introduce ourselves with our pronouns at the beginning of every meeting, you know? So we are also aware of those kind of concerns. Even though Charlottesville is known for the deadly riot, it is actually a liberal city, and there are a lot of good left-wing resources. Is that maybe why they did it in Charlottesville? Like a whole bunch of out-of-town rednecks and Nazis pulled up to Charlottesville, which is known for being like a liberal city? I don't actually know if it's known for being a liberal city. I'm just guessing. Cities in general tend to be more liberal than rural areas. So we're going to be doing a panel soon, in a couple of weeks probably. I think we're looking at maybe the 3rd week of August, having a group call panel discussion with some other trans streamers. Nice fun time. We're gonna meme. We're gonna get politically active, and we're gonna network with people, you know? I'm excited. I'm excited to actually get some shit done. It feels good to me to be able to do something actually useful, because, you know, even though John Get Bent was like, you're my #1 source for American news, I'm like, oh my god, like, I still feel like I need to be doing more important work. So I'm excited for us to be able to work on this together. Excuse me. I'm dying. Are you ever like a person who used to be suicidal a lot and then now you're not anymore, but your like life circumstances are really whack in a way that that would normally make you suicidal, and the fact that you don't feel that way is actually really weird and uncomfortable, kind of, and you also wish that you wanted the easy way out because like fixing your problems is going to be really fucking hard, and now you want to live, so you have to fix your goddamn problems. Oh my god. Oh, it's a weird sensation. But it's good to want to live. It feels good to want to live. And I hope that you find some pleasure in what it feels like to be alive today. Take a minute to notice what it feels like to be alive today. Maybe at some point today, take a moment to close your eyes and take a deep breath. Try to let your shoulders relax. When you breathe in, let your body move with the breath. Let your breath move you and just feel. What does it feel like to be alive today? My answer to that question when I was doing yoga today was not fucking great. But we're still here. We're still trucking along. I'm proud of all of you. I hope that you all are thinking of ways in which you can take care of yourselves, you know? Thank you, Tabaxi Bay. I am also glad that I want to be alive. I am frustrated by it. Like, I am earnestly frustrated and kind of wish that I was suicidal. But, like, I'm just not, and I might not ever really be there again, so yay, progress. I sound so bummed out about it. Yeah. What was it? Demon Mama's number one rule? Stay alive. Like, don't fucking die. It's hard to tell if we're suicidal or if that's just intrusive thoughts and hallucinations. It's an improvement over being certain of wanting to die. I get it like a passing. Sometimes mostly when I feel suicidal now, it's a frustration. I'm like, I feel like I have reached the end of possible outcomes. Like, I've reached the end of what I can do, and I get frustrated, and I'm like, I guess I'll just fucking kill myself. Like, it's a frustration and anger feeling, and not like an earnest desire to be dead, you know? And it always passes really quickly. Sometimes I have multiple thoughts like that in the period of the span of a day, and I will consider that to be like a low-level suicidal ideation day. Exactly, Forrest. Yeah. I feel that way for like 15 seconds after something bad happens, but that's just my BPD. Like, I'll be having kind of a frustrating day, and then I'll drop something on the floor, and I'll be like, I guess I'll just fucking kill myself, you know, like... I took my tea shot late today, so morning was terrible, but now my energy levels got back up, and I know happiness again. True! Oh, by the way, I would like you all to help me be accountable for something, okay? And maybe this is a little bit parasocial of me, but I don't necessarily want to, like, recruit my friends to do this, so I'm gonna disperse the responsibility, okay? I'm dispersing responsibility. I want you to help me with something. For reasons enumerated on my patron-only vlog this week, I'm instituting some stricter behavioral limitations on myself. By that I mean, I am not allowed to drink alcohol anymore. And you all are welcome to shame me if I purchase any alcohol, which I might do. Like, I can't remember if liquor stores close at 10 or 11 p.m., but, like, there's part of me that's like, I want to. But anytime I talk about it or post on Twitter about it, I would like you to be like, don't do that. Or, like, maybe don't shame me. Like, I'm not... You can shame me, jokingly. That will be fine, because I'm asking you to. But, you know, if you're also just like, hey, you said you didn't want to do this anymore, like, even that kind of thing could probably be helpful. I can't be trusted. Like, I am so upset all the time that this is embarrassing, but I'm, like, explaining to you why this has to be, like, I'm not doing it at all for a while and not, like, a moderation, because I was going to aim for moderation. My intention was to be like, oh, you know, I'll just drink on, like, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then I won't drink throughout the week. But I'm fucking depressed right now, so there was a time recently where I got fairly drunk, like, between noon and, like, 3, and then, like, became sober through the afternoon and evening, and then got drunk again that night. Like, not cute. Not a cute amount of alcohol to have in one day. Have mercy on your liver, Lux. Exactly, like, I need to stop doing this, so... Speaking of, like, when we are trying to do healthy things, when I ask you to check in at the beginning of stream with how you've been doing, this is one of my goals. Alcohol can make depression worse. Yes, alcohol can make depression worse. It also makes it hard for you to sleep. I don't know if you all know this, but alcohol initially makes you tired, but as your body breaks down the chemicals, it temporarily becomes a chemical that makes you wake up. So drinking might help you, like, fall asleep, but then at, like, 3 a.m. it converts into a chemical that wakes you up. So you, like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night. I always remember not to drink too much because it can dysregulate me emotionally. Yeah. It's, like, it's unhealthy. I love myself too much to keep doing this. Like, just because shit in my life really sucks doesn't mean that it's okay for me to, like, do things that are harmful and damaging to myself. Like, doing things that are harmful and damaging to myself are not going to, like, stop the other bad things from happening. I'm just doing more bad things to myself. You're good. Good night, Baphomet. We've been going for, like, 4 hours anyway. Alcohol is like one of the most dangerous drugs, but it hits so good though. I know. Like earlier when someone said, Ellis said that they gotten their tea and they know how, like, they're like, oh, I know happiness again. This was like, it reminded me of Natalie Wynn's video where she like drinks the tequila and she's like, oh, hey, happiness, how are you? And like sometimes it do be like that though. Sometimes you drink and then you get like halfway through the drink and you're like, man, okay, there we are. We're okay. I can make it through the day now, you know? I've never had tequila. We are here and we care about you. Take care of yourself. I like having you around. Thank you. I am glad that I want to be alive. It's difficult. I'm a child of 2 alcoholics, so it takes a lot to get me drunk and I love it too much. Oh God, yeah, that's difficult. De Silva, I live in Kansas. Pot is not legal here. Oh my gosh, I was watching Actually the other day, and I've already talked about this on stream before, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. Actually is a game show. The competitors come on to the host makes an incorrect statement about some nerd thing. So maybe they say like something about Lord of the Rings, but something that they're describing in the statement is incorrect. And the point of the show is that the contestants go like, actually, and they make a correction. They say, actually, it wasn't that, it was actually this. And you have to say, actually, or you don't get the points, Jeopardy style. But I was watching that, and someone said, like, someone was like, oh yeah, like I had struggled with addiction, but now I'm California sober. And I like laughed really hard because it was just, I had never heard that before, and it was immediately obvious what was intended by it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just so perfect because I will explain if anybody feels like they don't understand what is meant by California sober, but God, I just thought that was really funny. We have to like lock ourselves into drinking as a celebration or it gets bad. Oh yeah, like only drinking as celebration. Our mom 100% raised us to treat alcohol as an antidepressant, unironically. That's horrendous, and I'm sorry to hear that. 2018 Farm Bill. Edibles are legal federally as long as it's hemp-derived THC that's under 0.3 dry weight. Is that like so little as to be ineffectual? I don't really know very much about the chemical stuff about weed, if I'm being honest. Well, De Silva, don't rub it in living in Colorado. I am surrounded on, is it all sides now? Like, Colorado has recreational weed. Missouri has medical marijuana, and they're working on making it recreational, I think. And I think Oklahoma has medical. Does Nebraska too? Is it literally on all sides? Try to find a meme real quick. Might not be able to find it. Oh wow, I really thought that this would be much easier to find. Never mind. At some point I saw a meme that was like, it was like 5 teenagers sitting on a bench, and like the 2 teenagers on the left were making out, and the 2 teenagers on the right were making out, and the 1 teenager in the middle was just like awkwardly sitting there. And it was like Colorado legalizing weed, Missouri legalizing weed, Kansas just sitting there in the middle like... Virginia has legalized recreational marijuana use as well. I'm in an anti-weed state, and 0.3% THC edibles can definitely get you high. I just like, I don't... Where do you get a hold of that shit? Do you go to like vape shops? Like nicotine vape shops? What I heard was that Virginia just decriminalized possession. That's better. I like that better. If Virginia decriminalized... Well, I guess I don't, if it's still criminal to sell weed or something, then it's not fully decriminalized. But if they decriminalize possession, that's cool. Oh, you can order online. Interesting. Well, I mean, like, I don't, you know, money is also a problem about drugs, is that they cost money. You know, I've never had someone just try to push drugs on me. It turns out that that shit costs money. Exactly, Grady HD. I haven't heard California sober before, but I understood immediately. That's like what's so funny to me about it, is that I just understood immediately what it meant. It's like, you're not drinking alcohol and maybe not even any other drugs, but you are smoking weed. Like, I'm California sober. It's fucking hilarious. I've started doing the dive technique thing instead of drinking alcohol. It kind of helps. Oh, Forrest, do you mean you've been like the dive technique where you put your face in cold water, or you take like a plastic baggie filled with cold water and like drape it over your eyes and hold your breath to activate the dive response? It does induce a very intense physiological change. Yes, learned it in DBT. I fucking love DBT so much. I'm so glad when other people are in DBT, because it's like a whole goddamn language. I'm like, oh God, you understand. I can speak to you. You can buy THC vapes in service stations and vape shops. I don't really trust THC vapes, because you remember a couple years ago when people were like, wow, all these people are being admitted to the hospital with like serious lung problems because of these vape cartridges, and people were being like, oh, is this nicotine? But no, actually what it turned out to be was it was black market THC vape cartridges, because I guess vitamin E oil is somehow part of the extraction process, and they were just like not getting enough of that vitamin E oil out of the shit. So when people were vaping, they were just breathing in vitamin E, and I guess that can really, really hurt you. And would not recommend Delta 8. Stick to Delta 9 if possible. I did try Delta 8, I think. It was okay. It was fine. Yeah, it's specifically what weirds me out is like, you know, cannabis is just cannabis. You know, obviously there's other chemicals that you're burning aside from just the THC when you smoke it and everything. But once you get into like a manufacturing process, I'm like, I have no idea what you've done to this. Like, I don't know what process was required to take the like crystalline structure off of the cannabis flower and turn that into like a liquidy oil. Like, I don't know what you had to do to that. It's just suspicious to me. Whoa, Freya says certain brands of vapes use gases like air fresheners to give the pressure that put people in the hospital. Oh my God, that's insane. I mean, yeah, but it's the same for like all food. I mean, true enough. I just don't usually smoke my food, you know? Like, there is like a chemical reaction thing that just isn't happening with food. Like, if anything, highly processed food, like a hot dog, if anything, applying some heat and a potential chemical reaction to that is going to make it more edible and not less. Probably won't break it down into chemicals that are deadly toxic. There's a pretty reputable Delta 8 seller in California that we use. They also still ship regular weed and are regulated as such. Yeah, I don't know. I never tried K2, even though that was legal. I've tried Delta 8, but I don't really care. I'm like, I don't really understand these like weed alternatives. It's not really a thing that I'm into. If you're going to vape, do it right. Go to a custom vape shop that makes juice for custom vape devices. Try not to get into a nicotine habit is part of it too. Chat's acting like a dealer. Grady HD, if you've considered DBT, I highly recommend it. It is a life-changing therapeutic method. Chat is the ultimate dealer. like it is anyone willing to bankroll a road trip to Colorado so that I can try a weed? If you actually give me enough money to do that, I'm definitely not driving to Colorado. I'm definitely just gonna save and pay my bills. But hey, if you want to send me $300, that's great. Yeah, to try a singular weed. True, DBT fixed all my problems, hydrated my skin, cleaned my room, and aced my exams. It'll fix all of your problems. The more you know. Do you have a P.O. box? No, I do not have a P.O. box. I've thought about grabbing one, but I'm not sure like when I'm gonna move. So, and also they cost money, so yeah, I gotta continue with DBT, I guess. Do it! So when I first started DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, my therapist said, like, when we were doing our intake and stuff, she's like, it takes about 2 years to start seeing progress with this. What I didn't understand was that what she meant by that was like, at about that 2-year mark, there's going to be like, we've been persistently working on stuff to an extent that like, there's just going to suddenly be a rollover where like suddenly you have like value to yourself and like think differently about shit. A similar thing happened with my PTSD treatment where like it temporarily made my PTSD symptoms worse. And then after about 2.5 months, I was just suddenly like, oh, I don't connect with this traumatic experience emotionally anymore. Like it is just a thing that happened to me and it just like rapidly resolves kind of all at once and it feels really fucking weird. But yes, if you're in DBT, stick with it. Like, my favorite thing about it is how skills-based it is, you know? If you're like, I have this specific issue I'm having, like, here are, like, 3 different things you can do to help you actually address it, you know? Like, do you struggle with, like, emotional dysregulation? Well, here's a bunch of shit that you can do to make it so that you can actually, like, function and achieve your goals and, like, communicate effectively. Because that's part of, like, what I really struggled with for a long time was, like, I would get so emotional that I couldn't communicate, like, at all. Not just effectively, but at all. You can also get weed in an illegal state if you know how to make friends with someone. I mean, I guess that's true. If I were doing such a thing, I certainly wouldn't be talking about it on stream. Charlie says, DBT is my absolute dream therapy, but I've never been financially stable enough to seek it out. I go to a community mental health clinic, and it's on a sliding scale. I owe them a lot of money. But it was only like, $15 an appointment for the past couple years. And I'm like, thankfully, maybe it was just a COVID policy, but I just have like an auto payment set up where I just pay $10 a month automatically. Like that's not quite, it's not going to get me caught up so long as I'm still in therapy. But yeah, I mean, I would say do whatever you can do to get in it. Like if you can apply for any kind of financial assistance, if you're low income and you can apply at a place that does a sliding scale, you report your income and they charge you less money for it. DBT is really like just so extremely effective. You can't pull a Randy Marsh and smoke a joint in front of a cop. I like know people in states where it's legal and they're like, I can't tell you how nice it is to just go out on my front porch and smoke a joint in the morning while I watch the birds. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. DBT stands for dialectical behavioral therapy. It's a unique therapeutic approach. Everything in it is like highly evidence-based. And it was built specifically to address borderline personality disorder, but I think that a lot of the skills in it are more broadly applicable. But also, like, apparently cognitive behavioral therapy does use some of the same type of stuff, they might just call it something different. Like DBT is full of acronyms. We use so many acronyms. So like something in DBT that I use an acronym for, like my current therapist who is more trained in CBT, she might say like, yeah, in CBT we call this da-da-da. DBT was derived from CBT. I think that's possibly the case. But I also used to hear often that CBT was like actively harmful for people who have BPD. So I've always been like, I don't want to know anything about it. Like, I don't want to involve myself with that. Like, I am just committed to DBT. Like, I would, like, if DBT was a religion, I would most certainly be like a horrendously irritating evangelist. Because I really believe in the power. I really believe in the power of dialectical behavioral therapy. And maybe that's an uncommon, like maybe that's an hashtag unpopular opinion. That's called Scientology. Mersh, I have a similar kind of thing. Obviously, you being intersex and having a natural hormonal shift is different, but like, it's not uncommon for trans men and trans masculine people to, while their bodies are full of estrogen, feel like they can't control their tears and it's overwhelming and frustrating. And when they're on testosterone, their emotions are more in control. They might have a slightly difficult time crying, but most people seem to feel like that's a more appropriate emotional connection for them. I am a person who, like, the most recent time that I started tea, like I started again, was because I was about to start school and I was like, I cannot be emotionally unstable the way I am when I'm on estrogen. Like, I can't do that. I need to be able to focus on and finish this program. And also, like, it kind of sucked that like my happy trail totally went away when I quit tea previously and stuff like that. So like, yeah, I just was like, I really need to be like emotionally and mentally in the right place. I'm currently off tea, but I feel like after DBT, my emotions are a lot easier to handle. Even though I do, it's frustrating still though. Like, Lucy died recently, and I really feel like, I mean, and everything else, and everything else, and everything else. But basically at any moment I could be crying. Like, is just the situation that I'm in right now. But I have the skills to continue functioning despite the fact that it's like, if I just take a minute and sit there and think about Lucy and how he's in his little box back there. Like, he just died like a month ago and it's right there. It's right there. The tears are there. So yeah, I'm honestly not doing very well, but I just have the skills to continue doing okay even while I'm really, really, really seriously not doing well. So yeah, once again, $3 on Patreon if you want to get access to the monthly vlogs and find out why I'm so stressed, because I will not talk about it on stream right now. I've thought about CBT as well. Do you know anything about the differences between them? I don't think Grade ADHD, I think maybe you're a little bit behind. Maybe you're going to catch up. But I don't know as much about CBT or really what the difference is between them. I don't think they're terribly different. Yeah, right, Nuvenal. I hope they're not using CBT techniques in therapy. I don't know. What if your therapist is a sex worker? I went to a shrink to analyze my dreams. The joke is that in the song, he goes to a therapist who says he needs to get laid, and then he goes to a sex worker who's like, maybe you just suck, dude. Jack says, I recently had the 1-year anniversary of my cat's death. I used to call my cat my wife. She was very possessive and hated everyone but me, and sometimes hated me too. Cats are such monsters. Lucy was such a goblin, and I loved him so much, and I miss him every day. Oh, there it is, right there. Such a good song. I know. I love Green Day. That's a classic Lindsay Ellis video, is the video about 90s or late 2000s like pop anti-establishment music. As the one in this entire system who can do that, I assume you mean like reach out and start crying at any given moment. I both understand exactly what you mean, and I'm endlessly frustrated that the rest of the system is not understanding my lessons. The best part, before DBT, if something stressful was going on, I would shut down and fuck up all my relationships. Yeah, not good. Yeah, we miss the boy. He's so good. I asked EB the Purple if she would do a minor adjustment to the colors on that emote. And then I'm going to sell a limited run of stickers of Lucy. Like, I'll probably only print like 20 and try to figure out a way to coordinate orders for those. Probably only make like 20 of those. Maybe charge a little bit more than you might normally charge for stickers. Just because it's going to be a limited run, you know? And then, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that if I ever have a permanent store that the stickers of Lucy are going to be in my permanent store. It really sucks how quickly you start to feel like you shouldn't bring up your dead cat because it's a bummer. Like at first it's like, yes, this is the only thing I can deal with right now. But after a couple months, it's like, it almost feels like rude to bring up that like you used to have 2 cats and now you only have 1. I don't know why. It feels that way to me. Does anybody else? I don't know. It's like if somebody posts a picture of their cat and they're like, post pictures of your cat. I feel like if I posted a picture and was like, here's my guy who passed away a couple months ago, I feel like that would be way more of a bummer than like a contribution to a happy thread about cats, you know, even though it is ultimately a photo of a cat being very happy, it's also a dead now cat. Oh gosh. I too believe in the power of dialectical materialism. That's one of those phrases that I hear a lot and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Do you get that sometimes, y'all? People are like, the Overton window is so far to the right. And you're like, what the fuck is an Overton window? I don't understand anything. People are like, milkshake duck. And I'm like, I don't know what anything means. Why are you making me look this shit up? Get yourself a therapist that can do both. Hey, I mean, that'll be helpful. It'll never be rude of you to bring up Lucy on stream. No, yeah, I don't think it is rude of me to bring up Lucy on stream. I was just saying, like, I think it would be weird, like, if I opened a store where it had stickers and, like, it was like, these are the stickers that are always available. I just think it would be awkward to have stickers of a cat who's never going to show up on stream, you know? So when we make stickers of Lucy, it's going to be a limited run that is only going to be now in the immediate aftermath of him having passed away, you know? So I'll get in touch with EB about that at some point. I know she's very busy. She's not like doing full emoji work right now. And I totally don't want to demand that she do any of that because she's doing it for free. And I think she's a patron of mine. But I'll ping her and see if she's willing to just do those like color touch-ups so that I can get those stickers. I'm sure that you all will enjoy. If it seems like there's more than 20 people who are going to want one, I might increase the number to like 30, but I wanted to keep this pretty limited. Overton window, more like over your shit, true. Yeah. I find it really important to have his ashes right there where they can be interacted with. Like, I pretty frequently go over and just like rest my hand on the box. It's like important to me to have that connection. I had people ask me for a year or so, hi, how is your mother? And I got to a point that I simply told them she's dead. Then they would ask me how, and I would have to mentally relive her accident and death every time for several times a month for at least a year. Jesus, that's frustrating. Why do people ask? I mean, I guess it's natural to ask how, but like, I don't know. I don't know. That's like I feel like I would just say like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't know that I would ask someone I don't know very well any more details about it. That seems just weird. Anyway, well, I feel like we had a very good stream today. We managed to get to land in a... We've talked about a lot of random other shit toward the end here. I know I ended up on a down note sort of with Lucy. I mean, it's fine. Stay in therapy, y'all. Remain working on your skills, taking care of yourself, drinking water, eating enough food. If you're like me and you get too stressed to eat sometimes, try to drink some milk or some protein drink or something, Do what you can to get some calories in you. It's still important. And yeah, I think I'm gonna chill for now. Get my rest on. I'm not gonna go purchase beer, even though I want to. Oh no, I thought of it again. Shit. All right. Well, anyway, I will talk to you all on Sunday. I think on Sunday I will be seeing you. So, mwah. You're wonderful.